will suspend the meeting such time as the situation is resolved. I might also just take the finance director's report. Okay. So you want to let you know? Waiting to make sure that Jim is situated, and then we'll get going. He's all set. Okay. All right. It is Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. And we have a public hearing. Tompkins County Legislature holds a public hearing in legislature chambers concerning a capital improvement project and the proposed issuance of bonds for the Ithaca Tompkins International Airport. I will open the public hearing at 5:40 p.m. Is there anyone to speak to the public hearing? Yes, please do. We'll go up to the microphone.
This is not about the airport. I sent the card up there. It was for another issue. Is this?
Yeah, this is for the airport. Okay. If it's for a different issue, that comes at a different time.
Okay.
This is a public hearing just in the airport. This is not the official legislature meeting yet.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll get to you.
Can you just tell me when it is?
Will do. I'll call your name.
We'll let you know.
Is it, I'm sorry, I'm just skipping dinner with my child. So is it like an hour from now? Is it 20 minutes? I just, sorry to be unfamiliar.
No idea at this point. All right. Anyone for the public hearing? Mike Lane.
Just wanted to say that the reason we're having this public hearing for the issuance of these airport bonds is a federal requirement of these bondings, which will allow the bonds, after, assuming they are approved after the public hearing, to be treated as tax exempt like the rest of our bonds are.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak to the public hearing? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and open the regular meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Could you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll do the roll call of members.
Bertha Robertson, here. Leslie Show, here. Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black, here. The Champion, here. Deborah Dawson, here. Henry Grandison.
Present.
Rich John.
Here. Sorry about that.
Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Present.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Dave McKenna.
Here.
Glenn Morey. Here. Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Present.
14 members present.
Thank you. Proclamations, petitions, communications, and notices. You would have received any of those in your mailbox, and I don't have any proclamations this evening. We will have an executive session later this evening. And at this point, I will ask your indulgence, and I'm going to move up the finance director's report and hear from our finance director, Rick Schneider. I want to, before Rick begins, just share very quickly that Ordinarily, we will have privilege of the floor for the public, and again, it's a privilege of this legislature, our municipal officials and of the legislators. It's unfortunate that a simple policy for us, which is to ask every member in chamber, or every person coming in person, to please wear a mask for the protection of all of us, especially given that we have so many variants of this virus going around, and people are asymptomatic. You just never know. And we do have a member of the public here in chambers who is refusing to wear a mask. And so that will suspend our privilege of the floor for the public at this point. So I just want to say that out loud, and it might also suspend our meeting just a little bit. So moving on, Finance Director Rick Schneider, please proceed with your report.
Thank you very much. I have 4 things that I'll quickly bring to you tonight. And I thank you for moving this up early because I have to leave for a medical situation. And I wanted to let you know that the last thing I'll be asking is that we adopt Resolution R, which is on the facilities and infrastructure segment of your program for tonight. That resolution has to do with the public hearing we just had on the airport bonds. And that resolution, if we could pass that earlier in the agenda, that would be great. So I'm going to start with an item that Mike recommended that I bring to the whole legislature after briefly describing our bonds that we're selling at the end of January. And I'm going to share my screen so you can see the complete ban and bond issue. This represents the debt that we'll be going out for in January. You should be viewing a small spreadsheet here that shows at the top part of the spreadsheet, it shows the refinancings, which means there's a number of bans that currently exist that total $16 million. That's this top portion here labeled Airport Expansion, Etna Lane Bridge, Central Chapel Road Bridge, Cortlandt Street Bridge. We're going to be taking those existing bans, which come due in February, pay down $2.2 million of those notes. And then of that, we'll be refinancing into another series of bans. This $1.7 million for Etna Lane Bridge and $285,000 for Cortlandt Street Bridge. That totals $1,985,000. That's what's labeled amount of ban renewal notes. This second section down here is called new bans, and we only have one new ban offering. You'll remember this comes right out of your capital program that Interim County Administrator Lisa Holmes shared with you during the budget process. And you can see this backup dispatch center is being financed with a ban in the first year to the tune of $4.9 million. So that's what we call the amount of the new ban. The total of the existing or refinance bans and the new ban total $6,885,000. Out here to the right shows the bond, which we just passed we're going to be passing the authorization for the airport bond. And as you remember, the airport financings have gone on over a 2 or 3 year period with this series of temporary borrowings called bans. We're going to be retiring all that temporary financing, that $13 million that was temporary, paying down a little over $1 million, and our permanent bond is going to be in the amount of $11,880,000. So that's almost $12 million. That is a new bond that's going to be replacing the existing debt at the airport. At the bottom of this spreadsheet, you'll see new bonds. These are for projects that showed up for the first time in the capital plan where we were going to be doing financing. And that's the Green Facilities Project under Arel's direction. We're going to be borrowing $6,315,000 new bonds. So the total of this whole program, which again is going to be financed at the end of January, the beginning of February of 2022, totals $25,080,000. I shared this with the budget committee and they appreciated it because they can see all the different projects that we're going to be going out and getting standard financing for. These are all non-ARPA related projects, non-ARPA related projects. So I'll take any questions you might have on this ban and bond financing program.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions for Rick? Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Martha.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. What neighborhood of interest rates are we getting? We don't know.
We don't know until we go out to the market. So the last time we did bans, they were 1% or less. That's for the temporary ban financing, and bond issues could be anywhere to 2 to 3%. But I would imagine if rates stay as good as they are right now, we could very well come in around 2% for the long-term financing.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Sounds good.
So now I'm going to briefly discuss our contingency fund, which I also shared with the budget committee. And let me find that here. I'm going to share my screen so you can see where we're at. You should be looking at the long list of resolutions that the legislators passed all throughout the year. We started at $1.9 million here at the top of the screen of contingency funding. Right up to date, as of today, we've spent $2,449,000, about $2.5 million. And you might say, well, how did we spend more than what we had allocated? You'll remember in the last couple of weeks, I think it was at your last meeting, we appropriated an additional $1.6 million from the general fund balance to supplement the contingency fund. So that gave us $3.5 million of contingency fund instead of the 1.9. So with that supplemental funding, minus our total year-to-date appropriations of $2.5 million, we have about $1 million left right now. So that's the status of your contingency fund as of today. You know, we will be doing continual contingency fund appropriations for 2021 well into the new fiscal year 2022. So it's very common that you'll be passing other contingency fund allocations in January and February of next year. So I'll take any questions on the contingency fund. Look.
Question, Shauna. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, I actually have a question. I don't know if this will go to Lisa, Amy, or Frank. Since we are doing increased testing right now, do we expect to have more funding for testing that will need to come out of this amount?
I can start there. We will be bringing forth the contract extension to your next meeting in HHS and to Budget Capital. We're at about, I believe we've spent about $4 million on COVID related expenses, just over 4 million, and we've received about half that amount, a little over half. So we're going to continue to probably ask you to outlay additional funds to do that. So, I mean, the long answer to the short question is probably yes, we'll continue to need additional funds to do that.
Thank you.
Deborah.
Thank you, Amy. As a follow-up to that,
we've expended $4 million. We've gotten $2 million back. What happens to the reimbursement? Does that go back into the same fund from which it came?
That's a Rick question more than an Amy question on how that goes back through, but that's my understanding.
Are you asking are you talking about the FEMA reimbursements for the medical costs? Is that what the question was?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, the FEMA revenue comes into general fund in a designated line item just for FEMA revenue. And so we offset that. We usually increase the budget, not from contingency fund, but we increase the revenue and the expenditure line item for a like amount to cover those expenditures.
Okay, all right. So even though it's not looking great for the contingency fund, if we have to lay out more reimbursable funds, but overall, the general fund will be replenished by the FEMA
Correct.
reimbursement. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deborah. Any other questions to Rick on the contingency fund? Oh, all right. Thank you, Rick.
I've got one more item here, and I'll share my screen so you can see sales tax information.
Thank God we don't have to fire you, Rick.
Pardon me?
Thank God we won't have to fire you after we.
Thank God.
Information.
We're looking at October sales tax. I sent this to you by email probably a couple weeks ago or 10 days ago, because I wanted you to have it in advance. It does go back to October. It's not November's yet. We haven't gotten that, but we do have October's. And if you're looking at this center section here, which shows the county's portion of sales tax, you can see that the sales tax distributions for October were up 17.8% compared to last October. And yes, it's even up 5.21% over 2019. And this is our highest October on record. Over here on the right-hand column, you can see that year-to-date tax distributions total $33,651,272 compared to $28,031,056 in 2020. And this represents a year-to-date increase of $5,620,000 over last year, or 20.05% increase. We are at, as of the end of October, we are at 96.6% of our budget. And if I look at the graph that you've asked me to provide, you can see that it mirrors the last couple of years quite the same. And we're coming in this year at, well, let's see if I can get rid of this. Here we go. $33,673 is where we are right now in 2021. And the comparative figures there for 2019 and 20 are right to the left of that. So our total budget for the whole year is only $34,800,000, and we're already at $33,700,000.
And Rick, that's at the end of October, correct?
That's as of the end of October, correct? So we'll easily have another $5 to $6 million coming in for November and December. So you can see our final numbers coming in about 38 or 39 million compared to the 35 million that we budgeted. Any questions on sales tax?
Yes. Martha.
I guess first a round of applause. Rick, this is great. I looked at and I really appreciate the 2019 comparison. I took the average month for 2021 so far,
So that's, 3.36 million. If the next 2 months are just average, the average of the previous 10 months, it looks like we'll be $5.5 million over budget for the sales tax. That's great. I mean, that's just remarkable. And, whether it was, I think the fact that the state passed the internet sales tax when it did certainly saved our butts. Can I say butts on?
Saved our bacon.
Saved our bacon. So, but this is really terrific news. Thank you very much.
Any other questions to Rick? Henry?
Yes. Rick, thank you for the info. I was wondering, you used to do that formula with Jason to sort of figure out the components of things. Do you think that this is mostly due to like the increased gas tax, or do you have any ideas of why we're up this high?
Well, the two biggest things, we met with Dave Lucas from NISAC at one of our treasurers group recently. And the two biggest components, Martha hit on the first one, the internet sales has drastically changed the whole complexion of what's being bought and sold in Tompkins County. That's pretty obvious. And the second highest one is the higher cost of fuel and gasoline. And both of those are attributable to, factors in the economy, et cetera. But we always gain a lot of money when, even though it's unfortunate for residents who have to pay energy costs, whether it's in your car or in your home, these cycles always tend to beef up the sales tax receipts. So yeah, coming in at another $5 million or so above is average, or what we projected, is very, very important for us to know. That just happens to be my fee for the year too.
We'll split it.
We'll split it, yeah.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Rick. Anything else, Rick?
That is all. If you would be so kind as to have an I committee move that resolution R, that would be great, to pass the bond, the TEFRA bond issue for the airport.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the good report. And because you brought us such a stellar report, we will oblige. So I will call on the Chair of Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair, to take up Resolution R.
Happy to do that. Resolution R, resolution of the Tompkins County Legislature as the elected legislative body of Tompkins County, New York, in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, approving the issuance by the County of Tompkins, New York of its airport serial bonds 2022, subject to the alternative minimum tax in an aggregate principal amount of up to $11,880,000. That's ID 10447, and I so move.
May I have a second, please? Glenn Maury, seconds. Any discussion? Thank you. Vote. Roll call vote.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Figler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Foreman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Legislators will return to our regular agenda. Go to privilege of the floor for the public. We've had a couple of people waiting, and then I'll just make a quick comment. Mr. Scott, thank you very much for your patience, and you may address the legislature at this time.
We all deserve the gratitude for the patience we put up with. Thank you all for listening to me. I joined you here tonight to comment on the proposed walkway that would go by my house, which is 109 Cedar Street, from the proposed parking lot situation on Tioga Street in the county's new development plans. And I should say, some folks like Mr. Klein here, who I see often, are not a bad issue. I will point out that the houses are small on that street, so we have very little privacy on that side of the street. We are all windows. I have a little toddler, as I mentioned. We go back to dinner in a minute. So we end up with less than social distancing contact with folks that walk by our window at breakfast and dinner. But I can put up with that because it's really only about 2 or 3 county employees that walk by my door a day. So that's a pretty small benefit for the amount of effort it would take to make a permanent walkway there. And I do see benefits to long-term pedestrian walkways. As a child, I had a 6-block I could cut off 6 blocks on my walk to an elementary school because of a walkway. Helped me avoid a busy county highway. Here I see very little benefit. There's really only 2 houses one has to walk through from what will ultimately be a Tioga-sited parking lot to get to Court Street. And then there's no reduction in the number of stop signs. There's no reduction in the number of streets that one has to cross to get to the ultimate county destinations. And what might be missed by folks that don't live where I do is that outside of the 9 to 5 Monday through Friday window, a parking lot in our area of town right here provides an unsupervised public space for those that might not want to be witnessed. And so a cut through from Sears Street allows folks that might be doing something that is unpalatable to find their way to that parking lot without being seen on the more brightly lit Cayuga, Court, and Tioga streets. Some recent examples: being up at night with my wife, wondering if we should stop some folks from screaming in the parking lot, who are apparently arguing over some kind of drug-related situation. Something about an injection site, something like that, screaming for quite a while. They cut back through the Sears Street site, probably in order to avoid being seen as the people screaming on Tioga Street, which has bright street lights on it. There's a stolen bike right now next to the place where this proposed walkway would be. You could go see it. It's been thrown against our fence. Again, no one's fault here, but that's one of the things that I've experienced from the first day I got to the neighborhood when I bought the house. Someone came and said, "Hey, there's a stolen bike by your fence." I said, "I don't know anything about it," but it's because of that cut-through function and the more private kind of nature of Sears Street. Yeah, and recently some neighbors in our street, a few who wrote here, Suzanne and Mary, walked to my house and said, "Come through the parking lot," and showed me a bunch of Amazon boxes. People have been kind of taking packages, probably Christmas gifts from our front porches, and they'll kind of run through the parking lot, take out the contents and throw the boxes there. So that's the concern with the walkway, and I would ask you to please reject that little walkway as a permanent thing. Nothing wrong with having a little cut through while it's a construction phase thing. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments and for your patience again. And enjoy your dinner.
Good luck with the dinner.
Thank you. Next on the privilege of floor for the public is Michelle RTB. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Michelle.
You got that correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Arteby. I have lived in Tompkins County for about 15 years and currently reside in Trumansburg. In my role at Cornell, I lead employee well-being programs related to family care, mental health, and physical health. I join you tonight as a resident of Tompkins that cares deeply about early childhood and working family issues. I want to thank you for the actions that you've taken to support childcare during and previous to the pandemic. The funding that you approved for the Child Development Council to hire a developer was a crucial investment and an important first step. I understand that the county has just under $7 million in a new community recovery fund to invest in our community, and that you are in the process of hiring someone to administer the distribution of funds. As you move forward with this process, I urge you to prioritize growing the childcare infrastructure in our county that will eventually lead to increasing supply. Those of you that have followed the Build Back Better legislation know that many of the social supports originally proposed have been gutted. What remains for childcare is expanding universal pre-K to 3-year-olds. Outside of some inequities in that design, infrastructure support for infant, toddler, and school-age care is unlikely to happen at the federal level for quite some time. The childcare crisis in Tompkins existed before COVID-19. There's a sizable gap between care need and care availability, particularly for infants, toddlers, with waiting lists reaching over 100 children or more at large childcare centers. Employers such as Cornell have invested in this, but small and mid-sized employers are not positioned to follow suit. And government-based support really is needed. This can happen in a number of ways, starting with investing in new centers, center expansions, and home-based childcare startups. A tiered approach to available funding is needed in order to have a significant impact on care supply. The Regional Economic Development Council prioritized applications from care providers. However, there are limitations, starting with the providers need to match the award through loans or fundraising. Most providers are not able to take on such loans without significantly increasing parent fees. In Tompkins, the parent fees are already unaffordable to a great many people. When determining how the recovery fund can be used, I'm sure you will be weighing how much to allocate to different social issues and how to distribute in a way that is impactful but supports as many as possible. The root of many social issues starts with providing children a safe and stable care environment so that parents can be active in the workforce. Thus, I hope you will take this into serious consideration. Thank you very much for your time and for your ongoing support of working families in the county.
Thank you so very much, Michelle. And thank you for just saying thank you to us as well for the work that we do. That is very much appreciated. You know, if our public is still watching, I do want to underscore that the Tompkins County Legislature really do, and I'm sure I can speak for everyone here, we appreciate interacting with our public. We appreciate having our constituents talk to us and meet with us and share concerns and opinions. We opened up this chambers when, you know, there are many other municipalities that are not doing that, so that people can come in person. And for all of us, safety does matter in the age of COVID. And so one of the things that we have put in place and we ask everyone to do, all of us, some of us are very uncomfortable with masks and mask all day. We ask everybody to please, when you come into chambers, to talk to us because we want to open the space and see you, to please wear a mask. If all of us can follow these simple policies, we can continue to govern together and govern well. So it's disheartening when we have to, you know, go back and forth with a member of the public just asking and pleading to just please put on a mask, and then you can share with us what's going on. The uncertainty of this virus, makes us all super extra cautious and careful. We follow the guidance of our health department. Our public health director continues to message about the importance of masking. Now, we don't have a mask mandate, but we strongly encourage that. And in chambers, we have decided as a legislature that it's important and it is necessary for people to wear a mask when they're in chambers. So all we ask is that you please do that. The legislature allows privilege of the floor. It is a privilege. You can communicate with the legislature by email, by telephone, by any other ways. But as I said earlier, we open up chambers so that you can communicate to us in person. And all we ask is for you to follow simple requirements. Be here so that we all feel safe and we all can be welcoming of our public. We don't want to close our doors and say that you can't come in and talk to us. We don't want to go back to that place. And so again, we just ask you to please just follow that. And we can all just get on business of county government. We can hear you, we can respond, we can understand your concerns. So I just wanted to say that and appreciate that the incident this evening was resolved. Quite easily, folks moved on. And there we are. Mike Lane.
Madam Chair, very well said. Exactly on point. And thanks actually to the person who had the issue for leaving. And I think if I could do anything, it would be underscore what you just said about it being a privilege to come and speak to us. Many, many, many municipalities don't allow the public to come and speak or limit what they're allowed to speak about. I've always been very proud of our legislature because we are open. We let people come, they have their 3 minutes, they can talk about anything as long as they're not violating our fairly limited rules about civil decorum and not talking about particular employees, for example. But we're glad to have people come. And just like when people, I heard this very recently, when people want to drive on the road, they have to have a license. Well, they want to come into our chambers, then I don't think it's too much to ask, just as you said, for them to do the one small thing, and that is put on a mask for a few minutes. They can always tune in and be from their home computer, for example, and not have to come to chambers, and we will still hear them. But I guess I'll stop there, but just say that what you said was right on.
Thank you. Martha.
I would also like to thank you, Leslin, for handling that so calmly and respectfully. And I don't know if this was a plan or if you devised your reaction on the spot, but thank you. And I want to thank the deputy who came as well. You know, they talked for a long time in the other room, and I think that was, I'm sure, a very respectful thing for her to do. And I'm glad that it apparently ended well. So this doesn't have to be like this. I don't know what's happening in this country, but it doesn't have to be like this.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. I heard on the radio, somebody playing, you know, the quote from John F. Kennedy, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Like, wow, have we gotten far away from that? So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. In my old age, I don't fight anymore. I just stay calm. But I do appreciate all of you as well being as flexible, and to everyone who has been waiting, thank you for your flexibility. And to echo Martha, thank you to our Sheriff's Department or deputy for responding quickly and calmly. And
I believe that was an
IPD officer, sorry. And just de-escalating this, you know, something that could have gone all crazy. You know, working it out and moving on. And thank you to the person here from the public for being willing to just leave. Okay. Municipal officials. I think yep, there you are. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. I'm glad you're here. Yes.
Everybody hear me?
No, that one's not working, Bill. You can come up here as well, because I think the people on, Bill, can you come to this one?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I'm reminded, and something Martha said to the people on the screen, can't see you.
Can everybody hear me now? Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Matt. And good evening, legislators. I think everybody knows me, Bill Goodman, Deputy Town Supervisor for the town of Ithaca. I'll say just a few things about some activities of the town that I'm most involved with. And I am happy to take some questions at the end if you want to take the time to ask me about anything else that I might be able to answer. First, I'll say that after about 4 years, at least, of work, we're getting very close to passing a short rental ordinance. We're having a public hearing at our meeting on Monday night, Monday, December 13th, 5:30. And we are still doing our meetings right now by Zoom. And so we are taking public comment on Zoom and of course by email and written comments as well. But this has come about.
You're cutting in and out. You're just about 6 inches away from the mic.
Yes.
Some of you may have heard me talk about this before because we have been spending a lot of time gathering information, looking at ordinances in other municipalities around the state and trying to figure out what would work best in the town of Ithaca. We are kind of unique because we do have the lakefront or portions of the lakefront in our town. So we do have some of that. We have a lot of that issue to deal with, try to decide on separate rules for renting on the lakefront, which has, traditionally been a source of summer rentals and tourist vacation rentals, as opposed to renting in the other neighborhoods of the town. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any about the details of that. Then also I've been spending a lot of time working on trails with the town, and with the help of folks from the county planning department, Scott Doyle in particular. We have been working on helping out the state with some of the efforts they need to prepare for the lower portion of the Black Diamond Trail from Buttermilk Falls State Park down, heading south to Lower Treeman. And we are making some progress on that. We have the town has just finished, our contractors have just finished work on the lower portion of the Gateway Trail, which is the trail that will eventually connect from the top of South Hill around the Chain Works property, down the old railroad alignment down the hill to Buttermilk Falls, across 13, and then connect to the Black Diamond Trail behind Home Depot. And so just today, I went and took a walk over the bridge to nowhere. It is open. We will have some type of photo op soon and press release to let folks know. And we're going to talk to the city probably about trying to figure out a way to come up with a new name for the bridge to nowhere. Right now it is kind of an isolated segment of trail, but eventually it'll connect to other places. So, and then also working with the county and towns of Caroline and Danby and Dryden on an extension of the south to go further out from where it ends currently at Burns Road in the town of Ithaca, and to head out further out and towards the Brookendale area. And then we are working with the county as well on getting a crosswalk connection over Game Farm Road from the end of our East Hill Recway to the new rail trail that Dryden has been working on. And so I've always been very excited by the county's efforts to envision and support a network of trails throughout our region. And thank you all for your support of that. Some other things we've been working at the town. I chair our Codes and Ordinances Committee, and so we are now looking at our telecommunications ordinance and making amendments to our telecommunications ordinance to deal with small cell facilities. And that involves 5G. Some of you may have heard about how the city had been dealing with that earlier this year. And so now we are looking at creating regulations for those facilities. And of course, we are hearing a lot from members of the public, as the city did, as we try and come up with changes to our telecommunications law. And on a personal note, I'll just say this will be the last time I report to you as Deputy Town Supervisor. The end of this month, I'll be finishing my role as deputy. I am still going to be around, so you'll still see me. I've got 2 more years on my town board term, but after a total of 10 years now, 4 as deputy, 4 as supervisor, and then another 2 as deputy. I had told Rod that I would be not continuing as deputy after this year. And so it's been a pleasure dealing a lot with you. And as I said, I still will see some of you at some meetings for the next couple of years. Then finally, just as a fellow public servant, I just wanted to say that, I'm sorry you had to deal with that difficult anti-masker earlier, but I just want to express again my thanks for you for all that you have to put up with and all the time and effort that you put into public service to the residents of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you. The same sentiments go back to you for all the years that you've put into public service for the residents there in the town of Ithaca and beyond. So thank you very much. Questions for Bill? Shauna.
Hi, Bill. Thanks for coming tonight. I was wondering, has the town of Ithaca decided to opt out of the marijuana sales?
No,
Okay,
we are not going to.
okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you. Mike Lean? Who? Rich?
Yeah, Bill, I just wanted to say I am so happy to get that report from you about the bridge. I won't call it the bridge to, I'm going to call it the bridge to somewhere. This is really exciting news. And I know it was work for years to get where we're at right now. So I want you to know how appreciative I am of all that work and your efforts. So thank you.
And yes, I'll express your thanks to our staff who put a lot of time and effort into that.
Thank you, Rich. Henry and then Mike Lean?
Yes, Bill, thanks for the update. I was curious when the short-term rental resolution of law, how do you plan on enforcing those registrations and everything else?
So the basic net mechanism is an operating permit. Anybody who does short-term rentals has to get an operating permit from the town, just as we require for our long-term rentals now. And so we will be, working presumably with the county and gathering information from third-party companies that check the web and the internet to see who is offering short-term rentals on various hosting sites like Airbnb and VRBO to find out who is providing them and make sure that they have gotten their permit. And if they violate any of the regulations, then they risk losing their permit to do short-term rentals.
Thank you.
Mike Lean?
Hi, Bill. Thank you for all the times you've come to us. When you were supervisor, you were a regular attendee here reporting on the town, which is such an important part of our county. I just wondered, in the new budget for the town, is there a contribution for the Tompkins County Public Library?
Yes, there is. And I believe this year we were at 15,000. Don't quote me on that, but that's my recollection. A couple of years ago, we had increased it. I think we'd been at 10 for a while, and then 12, and now 15. And we also, I believe, kept in again. I think last year was the first year, but I think we've kept in again a contribution to the Community Housing Development Fund.
That's really wonderful, and thank you for those contributions. And recognizing that so many folks from the town of Ithaca use TCPL as its principal library.
Thank you, Mike. Martha?
Yeah, hi, Bill. So do I understand you said that starting at Chainworks, that trail is now open?
But no, the portion that we worked on was just starting at Stone Quarry Road. So that's why I say right now it's still kind of an isolated segment. We've worked with the city over the last couple of years to get an easement from the Chainworks owners. So we do have an easement now. But we still have to sort of design and then raise funding to build that section of the trail from Stone Quarry up to the Chainworks. And then, of course, the overall plan is then, I think, I forget the name of the street in the city, but there's a street there that will probably be on-street trail connection over towards the South Hill Elementary School where our South Hill Trail currently ends. So eventually the gateway will connect to the South Hill Trail to the Black Diamond Trail.
That sounds great. I know that there was an issue with the easement up by Chainworks for a long time. So that's
we did work that out.
On the short-term rentals, I know we have a couple of other municipalities, Dryden and Kew Heights, that have also done ordinances. Of all the ordinances you looked at, how much did you coordinate with them? I know the city is getting ready to thinking about it. And I'm sure it would be helpful for everybody if the ordinances are similar.
Our ordinance is actually a lot more complex than the Village of Kew Heights. They did institute theirs a couple of years ago. And So ours is a little more lenient in some of the restrictions in terms of the number of days. They have, I believe, a limit of 14 days for unhosted rentals, and we did 29 days for unhosted rentals. And then they had a limit, I believe, of 28 or 29 days for hosted rentals, where we currently have not put in the limit for hosted rentals. And I do remember seeing Dryden's Law when they did adopt theirs. And I can't remember the days limit that they had in there. But ours, as I said, we've because our town has some suburban areas that are the houses are kind of dense. And then we have more rural areas, and then we have, as I said, lakefront. We were trying to come up with different rules for different areas depending on, how close people are to their neighbors.
Okay, and it's really important, and I'm looking at the report from Nick Helmholtz about the short-term rent, the analysis of short-term rental data. And there's something like in the county, 653 short-term rental listings are active entire housing units and unduplicated and in residential areas. So that there's 653 housing units pulled out completely from the permanent housing market. Sort of imagine two big apartment buildings of 300 plus people just not available for our actual residents. So it's really important that I think that as municipalities dig into this, that you're really addressing it so that we can try to get a handle on the impact on our housing market. So thank you very much for doing that work. I know it's really been a long haul.
Thank you.
All right. Shauna?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had one last question. I wanted to know, I did direct some of our neighbors to the town of Ithaca because the last time that we had the heavy rain, some of the infrastructure seemed to not be able to keep up in Cuga Heights as well as along Henshaw Road, actually down my street as well, and many of the basements flooded. And was wondering if there's any plans in the future to increase the culverts and the piping so that it can handle these big storms that we're getting.
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I don't know that there's any specifics. I know our Public Works Department and our Public Works Committee of the town board, we do put together a capital plan, a multi-year capital plan for projects in the future. And so every year on that, we do have some money set aside for some stormwater drainage work. But I don't know what specifically in the Northeast section, what they've been discussing, because I haven't been on that committee or gone to those committee meetings in a while. I can get back to you after I check with them. But I will note that, drainage in the Northeast has been a problem for a long time, because I can remember when I first joined the town board, 14 years ago now, and Peter Stein was working on a big study to try and figure out what could be done. And of course, one of the problems is just the ground, the types of soils that are up there, and the way the houses and the streets were put together with ditches, drainage ditches in the back that many people weren't maintaining. And so any type of efforts were going to be costly. But in terms of sizing of culverts, I believe that that's something we would look at whenever we did road work there. But I think, that obviously with climate change coming, and, we all experienced all the rain this year, that is something that we're all going to be needing to pay a lot more attention to in the future.
All right, Leslie?
Thank you. Bill, just could you briefly share with us the town's vision for the South Hill node? I know that you recently held a charrette and it's pretty exciting. You're enacting new zoning there. It'd probably be helpful for the public to know about.
This is the first result of our new neighborhood code. That's the new zoning ordinance we put into place to encourage the new urbanism style of development, traditional neighborhood development, sometimes it's called. And of course, this goes back to what we were envisioning in our comprehensive plan, which at this point was adopted back in, 2014, 2015. And so we did hold the charrette about a month ago, and looking at how to form the development up there near the intersection of 96B and King Road that we identified in our comp plan as one of the areas of the town that we wanted to see more development in. And so we're waiting now for some results back from the consultants that we had hired with some preliminary designs. The general concept, of course, is that there would be a sort of more dense, more intense, and slightly taller structures near the intersection, which could include ground floor retail, as well as residential units or offices above. And then as you go further up the hill past as high school is and up into the field there, then the density would decrease a little bit. But all the streets would have sidewalks, so it'd be a totally walkable neighborhood, to encourage people to stay out of their cars as much as they could, and providing some services right there in the area that they could walk to.
Pretty exciting. Thank you.
Very exciting, yeah.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Bill. I'm looking up to make sure there's no one else. Thank you for the very thorough report and for staying and answering questions.
Thank you, Leslie.
And please wish everyone at the town of Ithaca beautiful holidays for us. Very quickly, the municipal officials on, right? I've been scanning the screen. All right. Let's move very quickly to privilege of floor for legislators. Anything you all want to talk about? Quick. Shauna?
Yeah, I just want to send a shout out to our county staff that are helping with the vaccinations. I took my son, I don't know, it's like a week ago to get a second shot. And literally I walked in the door, I saw Greg from IT, I saw people from public health, I saw Frank Krupa, Melissa Dundali, like I saw so many people that work for the county, and it was super cool because I haven't seen a lot of these people for over a year now, but and they're helping run these clinics. And this is obviously not in their job description. They're helping our community, they're volunteering. And it was really great to see all of our staff come together and get these kids vaccinated. And it seemed like they were also having a good time. So I just want to say thank you for making this operation happen and getting these kids vaccinated.
Thank you, Shauna. Anyone else on the privilege of floor for legislators? All right. Seeing no one, let's move on. I just want to remind people under my report that I know you have all received your United Way pledge cards. And I know you've all received a lovely letter from me encouraging you to please donate to United Way. And just as a reminder, we have 6 songs to go for a playlist. If you haven't sent me your favorite song, please do, because we'd love to get a playlist out for the holidays so people can just have a little more joy in their life, enjoying whatever genre it is of your song. Betty and I are looking for thanks to Betty for all the work she does, Betty Simolo, that is, from finance in this United Way campaign. So just a nice friendly nudge to please get your donations in. It goes a long way. Martha, I believe this is the presentation is coming out from your committee, right, from HED?
Yes.
So I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce that. How's
All right.
that?
Happy to do that. And there's Susan. Every year, for the last several years, we've done our planning, and the sustainability staff has done a housing snapshot. We just know in so many ways that we have this real housing crisis. I've been working on this, I think our first needs assessment was 2004. And the housing strategy, 2006, updated that strategy in 2017. So it's probably never going to be solved, but we really want to find, see where we are and track this every year. So Susan took this on this year, and this is a really comprehensive report. We did hear a good piece of this at HED, and I'm glad that she's able to join us today to share this with the full legislature and really with the public. One of the takeaways from the 2016 Housing Summit was to really make sure, to make it clear and to really raise this issue in the whole community, because it's all of our problems to solve, whether it's about people welcoming new housing and denser housing in their neighborhoods, or just being aware of the issues. It's important that we keep this in front of the public. So I want to say that, number one. Number two, I just want to thank Susan for her, I'm going to borrow a phrase from PBS, brief but spectacular service to Tompkins County. Unfortunately, Susan is following a family member, a partner to the city of Albany very shortly. And we've been really happy to have you with Tompkins County and really appreciate your service, and are sorry to see you go, but certainly wish you the best of luck, Susan. So yeah, thank you for everything. Tell us what you found out about housing.
Let me share my screen and make sure technology works. All right, is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the first thing,
your data notes are showing.
Okay, let's try that again. And it's okay. Computer issues, I apologize. All right, we're just gonna start here and try to make this as big as possible, so as not to delay anything. So the first thing that I want to note is that this is meant to be a snapshot. It is meant to provide, a point in time look at some of the data and trends, both from various national sources and just looking at local information as well. It is not meant to be an analytical document that is going to provide answers or why or anything of that nature. So I want to start off with kind of that preface. So a couple of things about some of the data. The impacts of COVID-19 are not going to be fully captured in this report. So a lot of this report uses data from the American Community Survey, which is an average of data from 2015 to 2019. That's the most recent data available at this point. And it does use some of the 2020 census data. And the 2020 census data is likely impacted by COVID-19, thinking particularly about vacancy rates and population counts and information of that, just in thinking about particularly when students may have left the county when the shutdown began. And the other note related
Susan,
to that is—
I don't know if other people I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Is it? I don't know if that's a Dominic question, but.
Any better?
I keep going.
How about now?
Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So saying that, so the ACS data, talking about that, is a 5-year collection of data that is usually precise, but not necessarily timely. So again, looking at a 5-year average. The large student population of the county does have a substantial impact on the data, particularly population counts, income, vacancy rates, et cetera. And then the other note about some of the local data we'll talk about later is the housing unit estimates could vary year to year as maybe some of the property classifications change. So it can be difficult to compare this year's data to last year's data, as some of that can shift by a few units. Want to start off with just some of the demographic and housing trends that we've seen. The county's population grew by about 4,200 people between 2010 and 2020. That's based on the census data, which is a 4.1% increase. And that's similar to what the state of New York saw. Looking at some of the senior population, that percentage of the population actually grew substantially between 2010 and 2019 from 10.8 to 13.9. For the same period, the under 18 population declined, both in proportion and then in the number of people under 18 in the county. One of the other things we looked at was some of the commuting trends. I wanted to go back to 2000 to look at some of this. And commuters into the county has increased by 9.5% since 2010, and then by 23.2% since 2000. So you're having the jobs increasing in the county, and then people are also traveling into the county increasingly to work in those jobs. In terms of people commuting out from Tompkins County to surrounding counties or other areas, that number has been relatively stable over the past 20 years. Related to income, we've actually seen median household income for all households, rental and owner-occupied households, outpace inflation growth. So in 2019, the median household income was just over $60,000, which would be above $57,174 from 2010, adjusted for inflation. However, what I will say is that is not necessarily the same story for homeowners and renters. Homeowners have seen their incomes grow greater than inflation with a median income of almost $87,000, while renters have actually seen their incomes decline from an inflation-adjusted $34,475 in 2010 to $32,406. Again, this is a figure that is likely impacted by the student population in the county, but still highlights some of the issues with affordability. So shifting a little bit to housing units and looking at the 2010 to 2020 census, the total housing units in the county have increased by over 5,200, leaving a total number of 46,844. However, during the same period, the number of vacant housing units rose from 2,700 to 4,600 in 2020. That's a 70.3% increase. Because of that increase in vacant housing units, we did have a few lower rate of total housing units occupied in 2020, which was 90.1%. In 2010, 93.5% of all housing units were considered occupied. Again, this data was likely impacted by COVID-19, the pandemic, and the shutdown, but that is our hypothesis at the moment. So looking at some of the housing cost burden, and cost burden is defined as where homeowners or renters spend at least 30% of their incomes on housing expenses. Then there's also severe cost burden when that rises to 50% of their income on housing expenses. So for renter households, and this is a slight edit from the packet received, as I called a mistake earlier today, the cost burden increased for county renters from 55.6% of renter households to 60.6% are now experiencing that 30% or above of their incomes. Severely cost burden has also risen from 30.8% to 37.6%. So renters are increasingly finding it harder to afford housing. Homeowners, however, that cost burden has declined between 2010 and 2019, from 23.4% in 2010 to 18.5%. And then also that severe cost burden has declined from 8.5% to just over 7% in 2019. Wanted to look a little bit more at some of the for sale data, and this is using some of the Ithaca Board of Realtors data, which provides some more timely information. For 2020, the median sales price was $255,000, which was a $25,000 increase over 2019. And then you also see the month supply of inventory, which is how long it would take for all of the houses on the market right now to sell at the current sales rate, declined from 3.3 months in 2018 to a month and a half in 2020. And so you'll see that all of the counties surrounding Tompkins County experienced this increase as well in growth, but Tompkins County's prices started out higher and continue to be higher than surrounding counties, perhaps attributing maybe to some of that, explaining some of that commuting. Looking at the rental side as well, seeing some of the same pictures of rents increasing dramatically over the past decade. Median rent for all unit sizes have increased, with 3-bedroom units increasing 34.3% in total since 2010, studios increasing 18.7%. And this exceeds inflation growth for this. However, what I will say is the average annual growth rate, so year to year, has shifted in the second half of the decade. You saw pretty high rates of average annual growth rate for all units, with the exception of studios between 2010 and 2015. And that substantially slowed in 2016 to 2020. And then studios went the other direction. And so to determine how that may continue is a little bit uncertain, but nationwide, we are seeing rent prices going up again. What that looks like in Tompkins County is to be determined. And one thing to note is to afford the median rent for a 1-bedroom in the county, a household would need to earn $42,880 per year. And I believe that 1-bedroom is $1,072. And so that's to keep it at that 30% or less of income. So $42,000, almost $43,000 is what a household would need to make to afford a 1-bedroom unit at the 30% or less rate. And just to kind of give a sense of what that rental affordability looks like by occupation, this blue line is that 1,072 rent. And then these are various occupations in the county and where they fall in terms of what they could afford, with cashiers generally being the lowest, where they could afford a little over 600. The median wage earner in Tompkins County could afford this, but not by a lot. And so these are some of the workforce occupations, some of the essential services, but also some of the occupations that employ the most people in the county. And so we're going to do a little bit of a shift here and talk about some of the housing targets that were developed in the 2017 housing strategy and adopted by the county. And what I want to note here is these targets and information does not necessarily align perfectly with the goals, but it does provide a really strong indication of the progress the county is making on some of these goals. So between 2016 and 2020, about 22,465 units were developed. And again, this is the best estimate. Multifamily, comprised most of that at almost 2,000 units, and then single family development at about 473 units. Multifamily, we're considering duplexes, triplexes, apartments. Single family, looking at single family structures, and then manufactured homes. And so the housing targets were broken into 4 different categories. And so the first one was about senior housing. And some of the goals established there were meeting the existing deficit of 100 to 200 subsidized senior apartments over the 10 years, at least 1 Medicaid assisted living program facility, and then also just market rate senior housing units based on future vacancies and wait lists. So in the 2016 to 2020 period, 127 units for senior housing were developed, 59 were market rate, 68 subsidized. And based on current applications and news reporting out there, active or proposed units, we're looking at about 152 units that have been active or proposed in 2021 and beyond to come online, all of which are market rate. And to the best of our knowledge, there's not been a lot of movement on the Medicaid assisted living program facility. The next target was around supportive housing and special needs beds. So the goals established were 100 beds of permanent supportive housing, thinking an average of 10 a year, and then 100 single room occupancy beds reserved for 30% of AMI. So looking at the supportive housing units, looking at 10 per year, with the exception of 2019, have fallen below that. So the goal right now would be about 50 units, and we've accomplished 32. Single room occupancy beds by year, similarly, the goal would have been about 50, and we've accomplished 4. However, what I will say is that there are a number of active and proposed developments that would add a substantial number of single room occupancy and supportive housing units. So looking at about 144 units coming online this year and in coming years, and potentially 12 single room occupancy beds. The next area was around workforce housing. And so we had workforce housing goals around ownership and then around renters. And essentially the goal for this one was to think about developing single family homes and condominiums combined here for data purposes between 150,000 and 199,999, and then units over 210,000. So looking at what would have been the goal by 2020, wanting to have 625 units between the 150,000 and 200,000. Data shows based on the median, the value and the assessment records, we've had about 58. So we don't know the exact sales price, we're just using values, which is substantially below what the goal was. And looking at that $200,000 plus, having a substantial number of development, the goal at this point would have been 1,275. We've accomplished 368 units at that price point. On the rental side, the goal was 200 new units per year, affordable for those earning up to 100% AMI. It's difficult to track that, 100% of area median income. So we're just kind of looking at indicative data. And so these are rental net units per year. So some units had to be demolished. So that's accounted for in this metric right here. And so that would be about 1,585 new net new rental units, 217 of which are income restricted and supported. 739 of that 1,585 are non-student oriented, with 502 new student oriented, and then 127 senior housing. And so our goal was 200 units up to 100% AMI. We're reaching those 200 units in some cases, but I think some of the data looking particularly at the income restricted maybe shows that it's not necessarily meeting that 100% AMI mark and making it affordable for those. And then the last one was around student beds. And the goals here were to meet the existing deficit of 1,400 to 1,500 on or off campus purpose-built student beds, and then to add beds to meet any increases in enrollment. And so the goal for what would be 2020 would be about 2,607 student beds, which is combining that 1,500 bed deficit plus the changes in enrollment between 2016 and 2019. And so we've added approximately 1,479 beds, which still leaves with a 1,128 bed deficit. That said, there's a substantial amount of development happening around this. And based on my best estimates, we're looking at about maybe 2,600 beds scheduled to come online in the coming years, which would make a substantial impact in this goal. And then the last part of this housing strategy was looking at housing in the development focus areas. So in the areas that have services, access to transit and so forth. And so the first goal was at least 350 units in that urban center in that pink area there. Had about almost 1,700 units built, and then a little over 1,000 of them, which excluded student beds. And the established and emerging nodes wanting 50 to 100 units. So in the blue and the green, we've had 113 units in the established nodes, the blue, and then 82 in the emerging nodes. And then the goal of 30 units in the rural center, and we've had about 14 during the same period. As far as the suburban locations, wasn't able to measure that as that's not as specifically geographically targeted, but this just gives a general overview of our development and the development focus areas. And so just to end on a few key takeaways, Tompkins County is experiencing some moderate population growth, but as noted, the population is aging as seniors become a greater proportion of the population. As noted, renters are not experiencing the same income growth as homeowners and are becoming increasingly cost burdened, and that is countywide. The for sale market is incredibly tight. We're seeing rising prices, which continue to rise in 2021, low homeowner vacancy rates, and low inventory. And in general, the incomes for many occupations in the county are not rising enough to match the increasing housing costs. In terms of where we are in our housing targets, we're seeing housing developed specifically for seniors, but some of it may not be affordable for many seniors, given that a lot of the anticipated housing is going to be market rate. And as I noted, we are seeing substantial progress on the supportive housing goal, with many more units expected in the coming years. Construction for sale housing at all price points is far below the housing strategy goals, as noted earlier. But the rental unit development is strong, with affordability a bit uncertain. And then, as I just noted, the student bed development has really helped address that deficit of student housing, and the expected or proposed development will continue to really hopefully make a dent in some of that. And that's all I have, which is a lot of information, and happy to answer any questions that you all may have. And I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Susan. Very thorough. Questions, comments? Mike Lane, I see you first.
Thank you, Susan. What a terrific report. Barbara Mink used to be the chair of this legislature, and she had a term for something like this, very meaty. It's a lot to understand, a lot to digest. But the one issue that struck out to me, certainly as chair of F&I, was your talk about employment and commuting. And you had shown an increase from around 15,000 people in commuting to now 16,500 or so. I just kind of wondered where that data comes from. I'm not surprised at all by it, and it might even be low. But that impacts, of course, our transportation infrastructure. And I just kind of wondered where that does come from.
Sure. So that data is coming from the American Community Survey that does ask, that question of where do you work, where do you live? And so that is using the best estimates from that. What I will note with some of the American Community Survey data is it does have large margins of error. So there is potentially a lot of room within those numbers as well. But I did think it was important to note that 2000, 2010, and 2019 does show that continuing trend, even with the potential for margins of error.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Susan. Martha?
Yeah, thank you so much, Susan. I think every time I hear this, I and read it, different things pop out. One thing is about the students, and Cornell is by far the biggest, is the elephant in the room. Ithaca College is much smaller, and TC3 students are sort of spread out around the community. The increase in number of beds that they're building is great. However, what do we know about the increase in students who are being enrolled? And that's undergraduate as well as graduate, because I know that's the graduate students tend to be, and the professional schools tend to be in the community, sort of directly competing with families in the community. So what do we know about enrollment? Maybe Megan popped up, so maybe she's got the answer.
I can offer an initial statement, and then Megan can hopefully add a little bit more. Based on the historic trends, you're absolutely right. Like, there has been much greater graduate enrollment than undergraduate. I'm looking at the numbers from the report. Between 2016 and 2019, almost 1,000 graduate, but 477 undergraduate. And so that does have an impact on, some of the housing in the area. And in terms of, what the future projections are, I'm not privy to that information, but based on historical trends, it may continue at this rate of adding, we've added 1,500 new Cornell students in the past 5 years.
You're mute, Megan.
Susan really summed up most of what I would say, just in terms of, the housing strategy was built on the projections at that time. And so as each semester and each year comes along, we can kind of check those projections against what actual enrollment reports are to see if they continue to outpace what the original projections were.
I mean, the commitment was that the Cornell would only increase enrollment when it had, with the beds to match. So there aren't many pressure points, or there aren't many levers to move in any sort of meaningful way from a policy perspective. That would be one. Somebody's making a conscious decision about new residents of the county and whether there's housing for them. So I wonder if there's a way to really actually raise that as an issue. And if I could just, as you get ready to leave and you've had a good chance to get to know the community, what advice do you have, Susan? I mean, where do you think the county should be really focusing? What things are we missing? What's undone that we really might be able to work on?
I don't know that I'm fully qualified to answer this question. I would say, I think one of the things that I've heard from multiple parties is obviously the cost of development, particularly the cost of infrastructure, is a substantial barrier to development, particularly single family residential development, given that, more infrastructure is required of that. And so that would be, I guess, my initial thought is, how to encourage infrastructure development in a dense and sustainable way.
Thank you. And I'll probably ask you the same question at HED next week. So I think some more. Thank you, Susan.
All right. I see Ann Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Susan, for, as was said, this very meaty, data-intensive report. This is really, really helpful to us to see each year, and especially helpful to have you compare it, to other years. So, and so it's overall, it's it looks like we're not meeting some of our goals. And one of the questions I had was about how short-term rentals and vacancies played into this. I mean, you said you were able to account for the vacancies, right? So that is accounted for in here, but it's risen quite a bit, and you're not sure exactly why that's happening?
Yeah, so I think to speak about vacancies, and so as the data from the census showed, there's been a 70% rise in the number of vacant units. Just in looking at maybe some of the more fine-grained, my hypothesis is a lot of that is maybe units were counted after students had vacated them, and they were counted as vacant units, when in actuality, they were more likely occupied units, just based on thinking about the census and when that counting was taking place. We're also seeing just from ACS data that vacancy rates for both renters and homeowners remain low, as they have been in the county for a number of years. And in terms of the role short-term rentals play into that, I can't really make a statement on that. I know that that is something that Nick has been trying to gather data for, and with the goal of potentially trying to figure out how to analyze that in relationship to housing and impacts on housing availability and so forth, and still trying to flesh out what that may look like. But I will say that the census will gather data about vacancy that does break it down into, all right, what are our vacant units? How many of them are seasonal? How many of them are rented but not occupied? How many are sold but not occupied, et cetera? That data just isn't available yet, as there's been some delays with the census due to the pandemic. So the answer is to be determined in terms of what the impact of short-term rentals is.
Okay, thank you. And just one last comment I want to make is that, with the increasing rent burden, that it's something that we definitely need to take into account when we're looking at encouraging or in some way inducing rentals, especially because as you've pointed out in your report here, that it's the rental market, or the cost burden issue is much worse for people who are renting. I think it was said in here like 60% of people who are renting are cost burden, at least minimally. So that's something I want us as a legislature to keep in mind. So thank you very much. And we are really going to miss you. So good luck in your new position, but thank you for all your great work here too, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Henry, and then Leslie, and then let's let Susan go.
Yes, I just want to point out to Martha that although Cornell did increase in students, the TC3 and Ithaca College went down. Don't know whether it was equal, but again, there were declining enrollments at those two schools. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. Right.
Thanks, Henry. Leslie?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this great report. I'm going to spend some more time with it. Actually, it has a lot of great data. Hopefully, members of the public can take advantage of it as well. A couple of observations and comments, and then just a couple of questions. I can't even begin to dive into how difficult it is to untangle the student population issue with the impacts on what we show as median income locally, what it looks like for renters versus homeowners. These things are kind of intertwined in a way that's really difficult to untangle and to get to the bottom of issues of affordability, access, and where there are actually units that meet people's needs in our community across the board, including students. To the student bed development, purpose-built student housing is coming right now and is in the next year is going to exceed the number that we originally targeted for sure, because it's in progress at the moment. What will that mean for the future, I think, is something that we do have to continue to look at with regard to enrollment growth, and understand that since the start of Cornell students have always lived in the community and will continue to do so. But we also need student-built housing on campuses as well as in areas for students. But a lot of students choose to live in the community, and most communities really enjoy and appreciate that. And it creates for a really dynamic place to live here. So I applaud you to get these numbers together. I know how hard that is to kind of create, to do some analysis that presents some trends and has us really thinking about how we can look forward and plan. A couple of questions. The in-commuter discussion that Mike brought up, we've used long for a rule of thumb about a 30% in-commute. And I'm wondering, I know ACS has a pretty high margin of error, but when the decennial census comes in and we start looking at some of those numbers, I'm hopeful it's accurate enough and that COVID didn't kind of wreck our great data collection, because we need this information for thinking about, yes, transportation infrastructure, but also where can we continue to press for housing that's in this community. More housing will create more affordability. More is better, and we just need to do it smartly. I do have a couple questions about the 10% unoccupied housing units. That's of concern. And so understanding why. Are these habitable? Is it the Airbnb discussion, short-term rentals, or do we have a really long vacancy turnover time? In which case there are some tools that we can employ to make sure that properties don't just sit vacant when people need housing. So something to think about. And then lastly, I just want to say we had a good conversation at Health and Human Services recently, and we heard from some of the providers that are working with the unhomed in the community about a need for SROs, definitely, and for some of those special housing for populations that to attend to some of the issues right here, right downtown, that are becoming very acute and very public. So I appreciate that we've covered all the bases here in this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Any other questions for Susan or Megan? Seeing none, thank you so very much. I'm going to echo Mike by way of Barbara Mink for the very meaty report. Lots of information, like Leslie, I'll spend some time with it because housing is so important in our community. So thank you for all the work, Susan, and best wishes from all of us in your move and whatever the future holds for you. All right, don't be a stranger. Thanks again. All right. Let's keep moving. Are there any resolutions to be added or withdrawn from the agenda? Seeing none. Oh, nope, I'm missing some.
Rich John. A resolution, resolution U. The road patrol agreement.
Yes, there's an. Thank you, Kathy.
Rich? You're adding a resolution to the agenda?
Yeah, I believe Brittany sent it out to everybody. I think it was in her packet. I'm just looking for it.
So Rich, you need to move to add it to the agenda, then we need a second, then we need 10 votes to add it to the agenda and all that other good stuff.
Yes, I would move to add it to the agenda.
And it's seconded by Glenn Maury. And I need votes, roll call vote to add.
What are we we talking about? Which?
The collective bargaining agreement between the Tompkins County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Inc. and the
Sorry,
county.
Mike, I thought Richard said it out loud.
Okay, thank you. I didn't
Yeah,
understand.
Okay, we got it.
Ghislaine, it's resolution U ID 10577, ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the Tompkins County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Inc. and the County of Tompkins.
Thank you. We got it, Rich. All right, let's vote on adding it to the agenda. We need at least 10 votes.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Lexi Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Gradison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
Ayes, 0 no.
All right, that is added because I know the county administrator wanted to hear that too. And then let's circle back and see reports from county administrator, county attorney. We already got finance director. Oh, Henry, you had your hand up?
Oh, sorry, nope.
It's a lingering hand. Got it.
Yep.
County administrator, Lisa Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And continuing on our meaty updates for tonight, we have a reimagining public safety update for you. Deanna Carithers, our Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, and followed by a COVID update with our team from the EOC. So I will yield my time to Deanna first.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Evening.
I feel like I should say meaty just because that's the word of the evening now. And so I don't know if I can live up to expectations, but at least I can see if I can share my screen this month. Can you all see my screen?
There's nothing on it.
It's coming. It's coming.
Is it?
It's
Yes?
not here.
Okay. Is it screen sharing is paused? Okay.
It says you started sharing your screen and that's about it.
Deanna, I think you're cursed.
You know, that very might be the case, you know, do what I can. How about that?
Yay.
Yes, okay, yes, winning. Okay, I'll take it from there. So good afternoon, and Deborah, so I will promise to talk slower than usual this month, and I look forward to, again, sharing another opportunity to highlight what we're doing here in terms of the reimagining public safety process. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleague, Shelley Michelle Nunn. She did her presentation last week to Common Council. Again, thank the city for their partnership. Okay. Did the screen move to the next slide? Did the screen go to the next slide? Did we go to the next slide? Okay, awesome. Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So our charge here, we want to always reiterate and lift Executive Order 203, and that we're centering communities of color and looking at the intersectionality, and that includes our LGBTQ+, that includes our military and veterans folks, that includes those with lower socioeconomic status. And again, that's why we do this work. We are thankful that the city and county passed joint plans at March 30th and March 31st, respectively. And again, those plans are inclusive of the Reimagining Public Safety Collaborative. And then again, one of those plans was to create and implement the Community Justice Center. So in terms of progress, the city of Ithaca we launched a plan in terms of naming the new city department. And also one of the things that pertains to the county is the alternative response evaluation. Specifically, the county has two plans related to an alternative response proposal. One is related to an unarmed response looking at ancillary duties with the sheriff's office. And another plan specifically is related to targeting health and human service delivery. I am trying to reiterate the alternative response will come in multiple forms, so it won't just be one thing. It could come in the form of community outreach, worker support, enhanced work. It could come in the form of a mobile crisis unit. It could come in the form of a COOTS model. It could come in the form of the STAR program. So there are lots of things that are out there, and we're looking forward to doing our due diligence in some of that work and knowing that we have partners through the LEAD program as well. And again, other nonprofits that are doing important work that we need to make sure that we reach out to continue to bolster our service system. In addition to those plans, we also have been trying to create a more robust assessment process in terms of using the website. The reason why we do that is we want to be more transparent. We want to share with the community all that we are doing. And then also we want to be collaborative. People ask the question, how did you decide these things? How did this come to be? And so there's an assessment component within the website that we are launching and we'll be using more robustly in the coming weeks. And we'll actually share that process with you in the future. So we are excited. This is a really exciting day. We want to announce the Community Justice Center Director, Mona Lita Smiley. Mona Lita was here with us this evening, but had to step away. And so I also prepared her and let her know that this will be something that she will be doing in the coming months. Mona Lita Smiley is a native of the community, has worked with Learning Web for over 20 years, has extensive experience working with the law enforcement systems based upon the target population, also has deep roots and family ties in our community. And she will start in her appointment January 10th. And again, I'd like to thank the city, county, and community residents who served on the search process. Again, there was probably 4 to 7 interviews that occurred in the process, knowing that we wanted to know that we did a process that we could uphold in terms of integrity, and then also make sure this is a person who could serve in this role. And so we are excited to announce Mona Lita's appointment, and we look forward to having her start in January, and we'll have her come back to make introductions. Again, to affirm what the Community Justice Center Project Director will be doing, we're leading the implementation of joint reimagining public safety plans, including working with the Community Justice Center Advisory Board once it's established, and they will also supervise the data analysts and administrative assistants, and they will also be located in the Tompkins County Mental Health building. I'd also like to note, in terms of some of that work, we're working with some, Dominic is working with some local artists here to create some murals, also to kind of brand the Community Justice Center within the space of the mental health department. And so we'll be sharing more pictures and things as things come to fruition. So again, this is a very exciting day for the work that we're doing here in terms of the reimagining public safety process. And we are honored that Mona Lita has chosen the county and we'll use those extensive community ties to be of support in the process. So as we move forward, we've talked about, as I kind of gave a preview in terms of evaluating alternative responses, we are in the process. On November 16th, we met with a series of community stakeholders, including Reach Medical. We had some folks from the Sheriff's Office. We had folks who were interested in working with us from Cayuga Medical Center. Again, talking about the alternative responses related to wraparound health and human services. I did not call all the stakeholders out, but there were quite a few folks that convened over a series of meetings on November 16th to, again, refresh our memories in terms of what the plan is so that we can actually go into the actual research portion of this. And then we launched that plan on the Reimagining Public Safety website here with those 3 questions here in terms of that are bulleted there. And then also we held a community forum on November 30th. And I'd like to thank Michael Steitley. I'd like to thank Harmony Ayers Friedlander. I'd like to thank John Jolie. And I'd like to thank Sheriff Osborne for their participation in that forum. I think we've had a little over 100 views, and the forum appears to be well received by the community to date. But again, that was a level setting discussion about what our current service delivery system does, so that we have to understand where we are in order to understand where we'd like to go. So again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their work. And again, that forum is also available on the at www.publicsafetyreimagined.org. And so the next steps will kick off the research phase beginning in 2022. And also we've also received some additional information from our partners from like NAMI and those other places that are interested in being a part of this. And we want to make sure that they're involved as well, including our partners at 988 as well. So these are some of the plans, and you've seen this slide before. We'll continue to lift this information here, looking at traffic enforcement data in general, and then looking at public disclosure from the district attorney and assigned counsel. We have another meeting, I believe, next week with that group, and then looking at officer wellness. And I appreciate Jen and the homework and research she's done in that area. And then also we've met with Shelley Michelle Nunn again and Ruby in terms of our recruitment and retention efforts. When we talk about, again, process for each launch, we want you to know in terms of seeking community engagement and input specifically, we always start with the launch on the Reimagining Public Safety website. We start with the press release, and we also we are starting with those specifically impacted stakeholders to start with, so that we can again keep aligned and keep focused on the plans in terms of making sure we don't lose sight of who we are serving, why we are serving them, how we are serving them, and making sure that they're involved in every aspect of the way. And then there's always, again, the internal stakeholder engagement in terms of our departments as well. They are critical to our success, and we are grateful for them being a part of the process. And with that, that concludes the presentation for this month, and I will take any questions.
Thank you, Deanna. And congratulations to Mona Lisa. I'm sorry, I saw her on earlier. I'm sorry she couldn't stay, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to meet her at some point. Any questions? Mike Lee.
Thank you, Deanna, for that. In my district, this process had a lot of play in this fall. And when we adopted our part in the reimagining public safety at Tompkins County, we didn't adopt everything that the city also adopted. How, as we go forward, are we going to be able to see what we have agreed to, what the city has agreed to, and what we possibly haven't agreed to? For example, we need to understand that not only are we trying to work together, which I applaud, but we also have our separate departments. We aren't renaming our sheriff's department, for example. So how do we keep that as we go along? Is there going to be fact sheets or other things that will help us keep the separation as well as the cooperation?
Yes, there will be, but then also, if you will note, so if you watched the presentation last week, the city did a matrix report study. Those slides and that information is not included. So, for example, I will only comment specifically here to the Tompkins County Legislature for things that may be ancillary or important for your knowledge base and to have that information. Also, in terms of the CJC project director, the work is very, very targeted in terms of the joint plans, knowing that that project director will be focused exclusively on the joint plans. And then anything that's county exclusive, I may be supporting. Anything that's city exclusive, Shelley, Michelle, Nona, or Faith, Barbara will be working on. Knowing that sometimes, here's an example where things come up. If, for example, the Ithaca Police Department determined that they're not going to respond to something, we would want our sheriff's office to be alerted because that could be a potential impact. And so those are the things that we watch out for or try to be alerted to. But we also try to we're very, very clear in our dealings with our partners in our meetings, again, to delineate that separation of duties. Also, we do note quite often and quite frequently that the Tompkins County Legislature voted on these specific plans, and that there are shared things, but there are also separate parts of the resolution that that are important that we note to create that distinction. But yes, to your point, as we continue to update things and share information, if you look at the resolution, and also if you look at the Reimagining Public Safety website, you'll say city, or you'll say, sometimes say city, county, and there's that delineation there.
Thanks.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions? Henry, then Rich, then Annie.
Yes, Deanna, is there a presentation or something tomorrow night?
Yes, there is, but it's actually targeting just what you just mentioned. There's a division of duties. The city of Ithaca will be hosting a BIPOC community forum related to the city of Ithaca redesign program. That has been submitted through the project leads, Eric Rosario and Karen Yearwood, knowing that that's a city specific recommendation. You would not hear me lift that in this space. However, I am present, I am aware. And so there is a forum tomorrow night, but that also speaks to what I communicate in terms of the county updates. Yes, there will be a forum tonight, and that's again targeting the BIPOC community. And those are actually specific, I was the notifications that were sent out.
Thank you.
Sure.
Rich?
Thank you, Leslyn. I just wanted to say thank you to Deanna and Shelley for the work they're putting in on this. This is a complicated lift, and they've really pushed it along. We're holding weekly meetings with the group looking at how to set up an advisory board, because essentially recognizing the urgency of getting action on this, and they're working really hard. So I wanted the rest of the legislators to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Annie?
Thanks, Deanna, for the presentation. So I had the municipality ask me recently at what point that they'll get have some involvement in this or be included. And I know some of the municipalities are coming up with their own plans. Can you speak to that at all?
Well, I always say this is really exciting because this is an invitation for me to contact somebody who can get on a work group or do some work here. There's more than enough work to be done. If there's a specific law enforcement area, one of the things that I've talked with the sheriff's office about is as we look at talking about the unarmed response, knowing that the Tompkins County jurisdiction looks a little differently, our community engagement might look different. And how do we target some of those more rural area, for lack of a better word? So there would be more engagement there. But then also, there's potential engagement around the standardization of data. We've also tried to look at how we could extend support and offer training to some of the smaller police departments as well as we go through those plans. But if there's a person that you would like me to reach out to, I would be more than happy to reach out to them. And also if there's a place to plug someone in, we're always looking for volunteers to support the process and the work, knowing that I really appreciate you raising that comment in this space because that is one of the next levels that we're trying to get engaged in. We would actually specifically like to target our villages and towns more strategically, but then also the universities as well, because we also know that some of our universities have done, specifically Cornell, and I know Ithaca College a couple of years ago did a reimagining, like similar process to look at some of their public safety areas, and we want them to be a part as well. And actually, I met with the new Associate Vice President, Sonia Rucker, last week, and we were looking for opportunities in terms of collaborating with Cornell as well.
Well, thank you. I can only imagine how labor intensive and challenging this work is, but it's necessary work, and I appreciate, the work that you are doing and also Shelley.
Also, before I wrap up, I'd like to, I don't know, Derek, if you can hear me, I'd like to thank Sheriff Osborne. Last week, he took Ruby and I on what I thought was going to be a quick tour, but it was actually a training on the Policing Act for 2021. So I just like to thank Derek for his hospitality. We were able to work together with the Sheriff's Office to take that tour. He took us to Broome County. We were out with all the other chiefs there. Ruby and I were the only other, I think it appeared to be non-law enforcement professionals who were there. He introduced us to folks. Again, we had received the training and information that we needed. There are some key things that came from that, but I just wanted to lift that, and I appreciate Derek and his hospitality. And as we continue to work on the process, I appreciate him letting us know that those opportunities existed and him providing transportation in his really, really cool car. So.
Thank you, Deanna. And as everyone else is echoing things to you and Shelley for continuing to move this process forward. I know it's a heavy lift. You're not doing it alone, certainly, but you're leading this process. You have an entire team of people, lots of volunteers, and we do want to appreciate them as well. This is important work, needed to be done, and you all have certainly risen to the occasion in moving it along. So thank you very, very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Keep going, County Administration, and then we'll take a break after the next report.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think next I'm going to hand it over to Amy and Frank. Amy Hendricks, our Deputy County Administrator, Frank Krupa, Public Health Director, for the COVID update for this meeting.
All right. Frank is going to share his screen. I'm just waiting for him to pop on. We're having some bandwidth issues over here, so I don't dare share my screen. Frank, are you there?
I'm there. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep. Yes, we can.
All right.
All right. So we're on to our COVID update. And here's kind of the update since last time. We continue to watch the newest variant. Our disease incidence, as we've pointed out in the past several of these, we are focused on that hospitalization data. Our hospitalization has remained in single digits, which is something that we're proud of. Cases have increased and continue to do so. We've talked about that before, how we would see these increases, but we're watching that. Our vaccine doses have also increased, and some of that is due to the booster clinics and getting our youth fully vaccinated. A lot of different pieces happening. Our municipal testing program continues to be in operation. We did mention here, Dryden Central School did end up quarantining, are actually shutting, going remote for a little bit, closed for in-person classes due to not so much the number of people in quarantine, well, some to the number of people, but also because you need educators to run a school. So there's a piece around that. The youth clinics, over 2,000 youth are fully vaccinated at this time. Our booster vaccines continue to be available at local pharmacies as well as medical offices. And earlier today, we announced that we will be holding a booster clinic next week. So we'll be holding a large clinic at the mall site. Again, all of those clinics are being done by our health department and our staff, as well as some volunteers supporting them. But I think it's really important to note this, that, you know, in the past, a lot of those clinics were being helped, we were being assisted by Akita Health Systems. And now our team really is the one leading the way. Shauna mentioned it earlier. And it says a lot for our team to be doing that as they continue to do contact tracing and all the other things that they've been doing for the last 20 months. So we really appreciate them. The other piece of information, a COVID town hall is planned for Thursday at 4:30. Giving an update, we realize that people are asking about the variant. They want to know more about hospital capacity and what we're doing in response here in Tompkins County, what may be different or similar to both the federal and state response. Frank will be joined by a member or two from his team, as well as by Dr. Stallone, to answer and address a lot of questions that the community may have. I think that is it. We are preparing holiday guidance, and we'll give you a sample of what that looks like, as well as focusing again on those hospitalization and severity of disease. Our mask advisory, as you indicated, remains in effect. We are encouraging people to wear a mask while indoors and around others, regardless of their vaccination status. And indoors means anytime you're indoors around people that are not within your household. We did have a small conversation today among our members of the EOC that does include when you're mixing with other households, maybe in a house or at a gathering. It's not just in public spaces, it's when you're around others to be masking up. Frank, do you want to go to the next slide? Combined COVID-19 hours and expenses over time, probably not surprising. All of those things continue to be rising. Our FEMA reimbursement, fortunately, has also increased some. We're continuing to go ahead and submit those reimbursements. We are seeing them. They're not coming in quickly, but they are coming in probably more quickly, really, than we anticipated in some ways. When you have an entire nationwide event, this is something that FEMA has not seen in the past. And so to see reimbursement still flowing is good news. We continue to have employees that are committed to the COVID response. The COVID-19 related expenses that are non-employee are testing and those types of things. And then you see the overtime and regular hours. As mentioned earlier, we will be coming to you at your next meeting through Health and Human Services Committee with a resolution to extend our testing program. The testing program followed kind of the FEMA schedule that had originally ended at the end of this year and is now extended to April 1st of 2022. So we'll be asking you to consider to extend that and follow that program, continuation of that program. Frank, I think the next slide is you.
Great, thanks, Amy. So wanted to share these slides. These come from the state's vaccine data page. And I wanted to point to the 5 to 11-year-old column. So what you're looking at here is the state number, state average for people with at least one vaccine dose in that 5 to 11 age room being just under 20%. And in this next slide, it shows where our level is. So we're pushing 48% of individuals 5 to 11-year-old in the community having a first dose. Our second dose number, we didn't want to embarrass the state too much, is at 36%. So our second dose number is outpacing the state average for first dose numbers in that 5 to 11 population. So as Amy pointed out, that doesn't happen by accident. There's been a huge amount of work being done by the team at the health department, our community partners, including support from the state with vaccinators as well. So I think we've done a good job so far. There's still work to be done. That number is below 50%, and we'd like to be closer to 70 or 80 like our other percentages. So more to come on that, how we hope to achieve it. Our positive cases and their vaccination status. This is probably one of the most common questions we get. And we are still roughly in that 50-50 range, right? Where 50% of our positive cases are fully vaccinated and 50% of them are not. I will point out there's often this unknown column when we originally present this data to you, and generally that shrinks over time because we're able to get more data about the individuals that are positive and honestly have staff time to be able to do the research necessary to confirm all of that. So generally speaking, we're still at about 50-50 vaccinated to unvaccinated in our cases. Age distribution across the cases, pretty similar to the last time that we reported it. The blue column here is the percentage of population. The orangey yellow is our total cases. And then the gray is what we reported last time we presented these numbers. So as you can see, it's remained pretty consistent across the board. We're fairly well in line with our populations, the 12 to 19-year-olds, really an area where our cases are really outpacing our population percentages. But we're hopeful that with more vaccinations amongst that entire cohort of pre-K through 12, that will help to stabilize that a bit. So hospitalizations, this is probably the second most common question we get is what is the status of the folks that are ending up in the hospital? And if you remember the last time we presented this, if you were under 70 years of age and in the hospital, it pretty much meant you were unvaccinated. That's changed a little bit, as you can see in the 60 to 69 age group. We've had some more vaccinated folks start to end up needing hospitalization. But I would point out that, the highest number on this chart is 22, right? So we're not talking about large numbers of people, which is the best news. But it's definitely still obvious that particularly as you get younger, your vaccination status definitely plays a role in the need for hospitalization. And I would point out, since the last time we reported this, we now do have children in that 0 to 10 age range that have needed hospital services. So that is a change, and obviously something that is we're keeping our eye on and want to again encourage parents to get their 5 and up year olds vaccinated if they aren't already. Messaging updates. Dom and the PIO team have been doing a lot of work around this. Dom, did you want to do this or you want me to keep going?
Dominic is not
on.
Okay, all right, great. I'll keep going. Sorry, he's done so much work with the team. I want to make sure he and they get the credit. They've been working hard on messaging for businesses. We've heard loud and clear that it seems like our businesses are looking for more information and ways to communicate about masking, and the community wants to see more masking in public places. So we've created signs, particularly for the holiday season here, for businesses. Those will be going out to them tomorrow. We have an extensive list of local businesses through the that was created through the attestation process way back when they were reopening, that we'll be using to communicate that. So hopefully you'll start to see these signs around town, and that will help both businesses and their patrons, understand that we're still asking folks to be masked when indoors. Obviously, the big news that we've been hearing about nationally is the Omicron variant. On November 26th, the CDC released their statement about the variant of concern. It is an evolution of the disease. We did expect that this would happen. I do want to point out we don't know a lot about Omicron yet. There is reports that it is more contagious, but also that it might be a milder form of the illness. And so while having a new variant, and if it turns out that it is not more mild, that certainly would be troubling. But as we navigate through this, we're going to see these variants, and if Omicron does turn out to be more contagious, but with milder symptoms, if it's able to overtake Delta, as the predominant variant, that could actually be an improvement in the disease in our community. So while yes, it's important to be concerned about these new variants, and we don't know enough about them, I want to be tempered, in our approach until we do have more information about how it will unfold. We do have the ability to identify the Omicron variant through our partnership with Cornell. The PCR testing that we do actually has a function where it can identify a missing what's called S gene, that it can identify that Omicron is missing. And so if the PCR test shows that S gene is missing, then that sample gets put to the front of the line for sequencing. So it's kind of a screening test for Omicron. It can't tell us for certain, but it can help us get it to the front of the line for sequencing. So far, we have not identified any Omicron variant here in Tompkins County. We will, I fully believe, as it's progressing through New York, but to date, we don't have any evidence of a positive Omicron sample. The important thing about all the variants is it really doesn't change what we're asking you to do. We still need you to get vaccinated. That's the most important thing that can help us through this. Wearing masks in our indoor spaces, using social distance, avoiding crowded areas, washing hands, monitoring for symptoms, and getting tested when symptoms develop. We've been saying that ad nauseum for almost 2 years now. And it is, while it may seem repetitive, it is really the best things that we can be asking people to do. So, please continue to follow the guidance that we're providing. Boosters. So obviously there's been a good bit of conversation because it's been a little hard to get an appointment for boosters here in Tompkins County the last few weeks. I think that's good news and bad news. The bad news is it's hard to get an appointment. The good news is there's demand for appointments. There are appointments available in counties around us. So I think there's definitely an indicator that we have higher demand here. And that's not surprising, right? We've had higher demand for vaccines throughout the pandemic. So that's the good news. So what we're going to be able to do is we opened up this coming Saturday, December 11th, a Moderna booster dose clinic. We opened up 1,000 appointments. Press release went out around 2, and a little bit after 5, the 1,000 appointments were filled. So there's obviously demand. We're going to be there to do those. My hope is that will help a bit with the logjam. We don't have the capacity to do continued booster dose clinics coupled with the child clinics that we're trying to complete. So I'm hoping this helps. I would encourage you to reach out to your local pharmacies. I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed that our local pharmacies have not increased their capacity to meet the demand. We really need them to help us, in this moment with the booster doses and be that location. So please continue to support and talk with your local pharmacies about booster dose access. And our business and holiday guidance is what I started with. And I will stop sharing.
Thanks, Amy and Frank. Let's go to questions, comments. I see Ann Corman.
First, 2 questions. One is, So if people are asking, it doesn't look like right now we'll have another booster clinic besides the one coming this weekend. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then my second question, there have been a couple of counties that have issued mask advisories. I know we still have we're advising people, or I think it said that we still have an advisory, but just to, as people, as we know, they're getting tired of wearing masks, or maybe they're thinking, I'm vaccinated, or it's just various reasons. So, I mean, gradually around the county, people are wearing less masks out in public, and I'm assuming probably less in their homes too, with other people outside of their households. So Albany, Schenectady, and also Ulster counties, possibly some other ones, have recently, just this past week, issued mask advisories. So put out like a big public statement. So I'm just wondering if that would be helpful, either from the health department, from what I'm reading here online. Some have been from their county executives, and some have been from their health commissioners. Just wondering what you thought about that. And this could be for Frank or Lisa or Amy, anybody.
Sure, well, I'll start. We have a mask advisory in place and have had it for several months, ever since we went to high transmission of disease on the CDC's metrics. So that's been in place for several months. I think, what you mentioned, Anne, is the need for there to be some re-understanding from the community, because we might not have been communicating as frequently or in a manner that garners attention the way that others might have. So our PIO group has been looking at some new language that we can use. So we are expecting to put out at least one more press release this week that will talk about some of these things, particularly going into the next phase of the holiday season. So I think we have some plans in place from that perspective. But I'd certainly defer to Lisa and Amy if they have other thoughts.
Well, we're always following the health guidance of our public health director. I agree that it is probably not so fresh in everyone's mind, the fact that we do have a mask advisory in place. So we can certainly explore other language for messaging to force, a renewed to renew the public's awareness and hopefully compliance with it. So thanks for that. And we'll take it under consideration when we're drafting new guidance.
Thank you.
Henry.
Yes, thank you. Frank, what's the lag time on I know we haven't had any Omicron variants, but what's the lag time in terms of testing? Do you know?
I don't know the exact lag time, because I don't know exactly how long it takes the sequencing to occur in the Cornell laboratory. The PCR portion of it is happening in real time. So as the PCR is being run for a positive negativity, they're also able to identify the absence or presence of that S gene. So that's happening almost in real time. And then it does take a few days to, I want to say a couple of weeks to actually get the sequencing results. But I don't know the exact time frame on that. I do know those are the priority for the folks doing the sequencing when they're identified, if and when they're identified here. But I don't know the exact time frame.
Okay. I noticed that the federal government is moving towards a more testing as opposed to vaccinating process. I noticed also that Monroe County has purchased 750,000 home tests to give out to people. I was wondering whether we're going to be basically moving into a home testing analysis process more than having it at the mall. Because also that the government is trying to get insurance companies to cover it. to cover the home testing?
Yeah, so Henry, I hope not. From my perspective, our path out of this pandemic is through vaccinations, not through testing. Vaccinations are a prevention tool. Testing is a diagnostic tool after it's too late. Certainly, testing has played a huge role in our ability to intercept the disease through surveillance, contact tracing, case investigations. But at this point in the pandemic, every effort should be on getting more and more people vaccinated, because that's ultimately going to help us get through this. As far as the testing, I think part of the reason you're seeing some of these other locations have to do that is because of the absence of readily available testing. Our access to testing, thanks to the partnership with Cuyahoga Health Systems, I would say is an example for the rest of the state and how we should have done this from the beginning, with the amount of testing early and sustained throughout. So thankfully, we do have the ability to get folks to the mall to get rapid PCR testing, generally within 24 hours for a result, but usually 48 hours on the outside in most cases. The other types of testing are getting harder and harder to find. So we were promised large amounts of antigen testing for the school surveillance programs, which was never delivered upon. I don't know why. I don't know where the breakdown is, whether it's all the way back with the manufacturer or somewhere in between. It really doesn't matter. The result was we don't have access to that the way we needed to. We've been able to supplement it with PCR testing. That is costly, and it's eating through grant money that the state has provided us quicker than we would have wanted to. But we have that option. Other places don't. And so that's part of their challenge. The over-the-counter tests, they are useful. Let me take that back. They exist.
Be careful, be careful, Frank.
Yeah, they exist, and they can give you a result, but they're literally done at home with all the variables that come along with that. And then it's really up to the individual whether they ever report it to anybody. There's no requirement to, there's no system set up for that to occur like there is with any other type of laboratory result. So it really puts a lot of burden on the individual that takes the test. Now, it does have value that if it is positive and the individual takes that positive result and acts on it appropriately, then certainly it could have some positive value. But I don't want it to be a tool that we begin to rely on, because it is extremely inconsistent because of all the variables involved.
Okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to put in a pitch also for maybe a renewing of the mask advisory, that we could just sort of maybe say it again, just in case people forgot, especially with Christmas coming up with the Omicron variant.
Yep.
Thank you, Henry. Deborah, and then Martha.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Frank, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate the effort that your department's made to get the 5 to 11-year-olds vaccinated, because as a grandmother, that was something I was really concerned about. There's another population that's kind of fallen by the wayside, and I've been in contact with you about my constituent who's homebound and bedridden, and I was wondering, since he got his shot at home courtesy of the health department in Cayuga Med back in April, and now he's kind of starting to panic because it's been well over 6 months. Apparently he and his wife have people in and out of their house. He's trying very hard to arrange for a boost shot. And I was wondering when we might expect your department to start reaching out and assisting people who are homebound in getting their boosters.
Sure. And we did talk to the constituent that you and I were communicating about today.
Oh, great. Thank you.
To inform him. We didn't give him the answer that he wanted, which was, an immediate vaccine. We are planning for the beginning of January, is looking like when our capacity will be available to do to begin doing the homebound testing again. vaccinating again. The challenge is, as Amy and others have stated, we are using our nurses now to do the bulk of the vaccinating of the community. And so to pull even one nurse to do homebound, we're able to vaccinate 3 or 4, maybe 5 people in a day, when that same nurse is able to do 100 people in that same time frame in one of these other clinics, or they're supporting our disease surveillance doing case investigation work. So it's really a balancing and prioritization of our resources. What I would say is that if somebody is truly homebound, where they're in a situation where they're unable to even go to a doctor's appointment, then they likely have healthcare workers coming to their home. And I would hope that our in-home healthcare organizations would begin to take the vaccine to those patients. We did it early on because we had capacity at the time, and in the absence of other organizations that were already providing services to these individuals doing it. We really need everyone now to help us if we're going to achieve the vaccination goals that we are trying to. So just like we need the pharmacies to increase their capacity for boosters, we really need our home care agencies to really think about getting into the vaccination process for those folks that they're already serving in the home.
Well, thank you. I mean, I didn't expect you would necessarily be able to give my constituent the exact answer that he wanted, but at least he got to talk to somebody and he got an answer. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Mark. Thank you, Leslie. Frank, Amy, everybody else, thank you so much for all of this. I'm a little confused, and maybe I'm not the only one out there who's confused. So if a pharmacy has vaccine, if you need the first shot or the second shot or a booster shot, is it all the same shot? I mean, if Walgreens has vaccine, can you go and get whatever it is you need?
So that's a really good question, Martha, and let me think it through so I make sure that I say it correctly. So for Moderna for Moderna, the first and second dose are the same. The booster dose is a half dose, but the immunosuppressed individual that needs a third dose is the same as the first and second dose. So the actual vaccine itself remains the same. The amount of vaccine being provided is less. So it is the same vaccine. So generally what you will see is if a provider has a vaccine available, a vaccine type, they're able to do the 3 versions, a first or second dose, an immunosuppressed dose, or a booster dose of that vaccine, because it is a similar vaccine. The children is different because it's packaged differently, and it comes in smaller vials. It requires dilution, so there's a bit more of a process to that. So while I'd love to say that it's all just the same thing in one bottle and you just pull it out and give it to whoever wants it, it really depends on who you are, what your age is, and what your status is as far as immunosuppression. So the short answer is yes, if they have a particular vaccine, they should be able to do everyone that's in that age, that wants that vaccine. But it's hard to have all 3 available and manage all 3 in the different timeframes, the different eligibilities, and the different dosage.
Okay, but I remember also the CDC saying sort of mix and match was fine, and some people think even advantageous if you had Pfizer to start with to get a Moderna booster, et cetera. So, that may make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, and that was part of the purpose of advancing the mix and match, was to create more availability. Right. So yes, what we are saying is that it's preferred that you get the same booster as your first and second, but if you should get whatever's available to you.
Okay, got it. That's very helpful. So is 211 continuing to get all this information and help people to, that's still a good place for people to go, like, especially if they're looking for a shot and they have to go out of the county? And are they linking people with transportation still?
So working backwards, yes, they are able to help with transportation for testing and vaccinations within the county. I don't believe we have capacity for transportation outside of the county. 211 is able to help, but they don't create vaccine appointments, meaning if there are none out there to be had, it's difficult for them to help somebody sign up for one. So they are definitely trying, but because of the absence of appointments, it's made it more challenging.
Okay, and so is the vaccine itself coming from the state or is it coming from the feds? How does this, a year ago was it a year ago? When we first started doing this, the state was controlling doses, I think, distribution. Is that still the case?
Yeah, so vaccine actually comes directly from the manufacturer. It's kind of weird. It's always been that way. What's controlled in between there is who is authorized for the manufacturer to ship to. So the way that it works in New York is we're using the New York State Immunization Information System, or NICIS, which is the statewide immunization database, to order vaccine through. And any approved vaccine provider can order vaccine. The state then approves that order, and it goes out to the CDC, who then tells the manufacturer gives it the go ahead. So there's kind of those layers of approval. I will tell you, vaccine supply is not the problem. Vaccine can be ordered and you can have it within a few days by anyone that wants to be a vaccine provider. You have to be approved by the state, and there's a paperwork process, but it's very simple. And so for anyone that's already approved, they can go into NICIS and order vaccine and likely have it within a week's time frame.
Okay, and then just one more question. I think it's an Amy question. How are we doing with employees? I heard recently that nationally, with the emergence of Omicron, there was kind of a rush of people getting first vaccinations. Are we seeing any increase among our employees?
We're not seeing much of an increase. I'll say 1 or 2 every couple of weeks will become fully vaccinated, or share their vaccination status. We're still finding some that may have been vaccinated in April or May who have opted to just share their status, but we're not seeing a rush at this point.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right. As always, thank you all for the report. Frank, one of the things I appreciate about you is that you are very candid in sharing the, information with folks, the facts, so people know just what's going on. We appreciate it, Frank and Amy. Lisa, is there anything else from you? Questions as well?
I think that does it for my report. Thank you for everyone.
All right. Thanks for all the good work, everyone. It is 8:05. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Jonathan,
Pardon me?
Jonathan to make his report?
Say that again?
Jonathan Wood, would you like to hear his report?
That's all right. We'll come back to Jonathan. Okay. Let's take a break. I'll be back here at 8:15.
I've been up there a few times, like I
through the rest of this agenda. Power walking through it. All right, we are back in session. Thank you all very much. Quick break. Let's go back to our reports. County Attorney, I see, I believe both and Bill were on. Are you still there with us?
We are both here. I'm in the process of turning things over to Bill, and Bill so far is mostly surprised at how many meetings I go to. But other than that, I don't have a report and be happy to answer any questions.
I'm sure Bill's surprised, right? Thank you. Do you have anything for legislators? Anything for Jonathan or Bill? Very good.
Nothing other than
I
that.
like this powering through things. All right, let's go on to our consent agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. The consent agenda are resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group, unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. On the consent agenda, a number of appointments. Let me start with those. Advisory Board appointments. From the Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee to the Environmental Management Council, we have Mark Devakaitis. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Town of Ulysses. Stephen C. Nicholson, Town of Caroline. These are all municipal appointments. Kate Darfler, Village of Trumansburg, and George Adams, Town of Danby. From the Housing and Economic Development Committee, Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Laura, an at-large board member, and Wendy Kobler, Ithaca College representative. Dr. Wendy Kobler, let me just be respectful of her title. Ithaca College representative. The Tompkins County Historical Commission, Joe Mariana, at-large member. We know him. From the Health and Human Services Committee, to the Tompkins County Youth Services Board. These are municipal appointments as well. Randy Smith from the Village of Lansing, and Leonardo Vargas Mendez from the Town of Dryden. From the Office of the Agent Advisory Committee, Charlie Hart, at-large member, and William Lesser, at-large member. County Human Rights Commission, Ruth Yarrow, member, and Joanna Green, member. From the Government Operations Committee, so the Library Board of Trustees, Blixie, thank you. At-large representative, sorry, Blixie. And to the Ethics Advisory Board, Gretchen, help me with this one too, Marachik, and at-large representative. Those are all the appointments in our consent agenda. Moving on to the resolutions. I should put my glasses on, no wonder I can't see. The Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution A, consider an application for funding from the Housing Affordability and Supportive Infrastructure Grant Program for 2021, ID 10524. From the Health and Human Services Committee, Resolution B, Budget Adjustment Youth Services Department, ID 10510. From the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Resolution C, resolution urging New York State Legislature to increase recycling and reduce municipal waste management costs by expanding the New York State Returnable Container Act, ID 10529. From the Government Operations Committee. Oh, and I'm sorry, legislators, please yell out if you want something pulled from consent agenda because I'm not looking up. From the Government This committee, Resolution D, adoption of apportionment of taxes for 2022, ID 10497. Resolution E, returned school taxes, ID 10496. Resolution F, returned village taxes, ID 10495. Resolution G, date of 2022 organizational meeting, ID 10477. Resolution H, urging support to increase the share of revenue counties retain for providing certain Department of Motor Vehicle DMV services, ID 10509. Resolution I, to amend resolution number 2020-189 of November 17, 2020, determination and certification of county clerk's allowance, annual expenses for administering mortgage tax, ID 10551. And for Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Resolution J, authorization to sign drafts or checks, County Administrator, ID 10489. Resolution K, delegating to the Finance Committee, to the Finance Director of the County of Tompkins, New York, authorize the issuance of and to sell $10 million revenue anticipation notes of said county in anticipation of receipt of state aid during the fiscal year of said county commencing January 1, 2022. ID 10490. Then Resolution L, authorization to disburse funds, County Administration, ID 10492. May I have someone move the consent agenda? Moved by Deb Dawson. May I have a second, please? Seconded by Dave McKenna. Vote on the consent agenda.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Figler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
the champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Granison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Bean Claiborne,
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to standing and special committees, report and motions, resolutions from those committees. Starting with Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Henry Granison, Chair.
Yes, the Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee met on December 1st for its last meeting of the year. We had a diversity statement that we've been talking about all year with lots of input. We finally passed it. And so it will go on to BCP on Monday and hopefully be in the legislature within 2 weeks. We also talked about the celebratory months and also including Percy Chocolate Day, which the chair. We also talked about the Juneteenth 2020 plan already. And finally, we passed a resolution that WDIC should return to a hybrid advisory board that meets 12 times a year next year, as opposed to 6, and that it remains a special committee that directly reports to this legislature, and that was unanimous. Any other questions?
Questions for Henry? Thank you, Henry, for chairing the committee this year. Much appreciated. And thank you to all of the staff and our new Chief Equity and Diversity Officer, Deanna, for all the work that you have done. We appreciate it and look forward to continuous work in centering diversity, equity, and inclusion in Tompkins County. All right, moving on. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Martha Robertson, Chair.
Thank you, Leslin. We met last on November 17th, which is just the day after the last legislature meeting. As you can imagine, we spent a lot of time on a housing snapshot that you heard a report this evening as well. We also heard the analysis of the the preliminary analysis of the short-term rental data by Nick Helmholt, as well as a number of other issues covered. And we meet again next week. That's the 15th. It's a change in the date because of the holiday. So it Wednesday, the 15th, meeting at 9:30. We're just working on that agenda right now.
Thank you, Martha. Any questions for Martha?
Actually, we will have something a little special. We had a discussion last time of manufactured homes, mobile home parks being one of the underappreciated, overlooked areas of affordable housing in the county. And the Pathstone Group is a group out of Rochester that has been working around the state on resident-owned cooperatives, the process of residents of manufactured home parks actually getting together and buying those parks, running them as cooperatives. So they are coming to make a presentation next Wednesday. So I look forward to hearing from them on that.
Thank you. Bear with me. I just looked up and realized that Barb Ekstrom is still on with us, and I know she's waiting for resolutions out of facilities and infrastructure that I think can go very quickly. So I'm going to call on the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Do you want me to just do the resolutions or do my report?
I want you to do your report and the resolutions as well.
F and I met on November 18th, and we heard a number of reports. We heard from the Highway Department about the Morrow Road Bridge over Pony Hollow Creek in the town of Newfield, where we currently have our Bailey Bridge. Our Bailey Bridge is a temporary bridge that has been put in there with respect to the possible replacement of the Morrow Road Bridge. The proposal may be to leave the bridge there because that bridge, it's hard to get new parts for. And we might just leave that there, turn it into a full-time bridge and remove and possibly get a new Bailey Bridge or another used Bailey Bridge again. The Morrow Road doesn't have a lot of traffic over it, so it's a possible money-saving option that we're looking at in the Highway Department. I would want to mention that we had an update from the Planning Department on our Tompkins County Priority Trail Strategy. We also had a report from our Department of Recycling and Materials Management regarding the new contract that we have with a new provider at our recycling facility, and the costs, which we'll see here in the resolution. I would mention something that we just learned today, so everyone knows it. Jeff Smith sent out an email to us on the committee that the county has had to close the Freeze Road Bridge in the town of Dryden in Varna because it's been red flagged again, and there's really no way to repair it. We can't lower the tonnage, which is allowed, it's already down to 6 tons. Can't really get any more below that. So it's actually going to have to be shut down. And I hate to say that for the people of the town of Dryden, but replacement of this bridge has taken much too long. And it's going to have detours around it, and it's not going to be good for issues with the fire department and others. But I wanted you folks to all be aware of that. I guess I go ahead with the resolutions at this point.
Sure.
If there's any questions.
I don't see any. Well, go ahead.
Dave, is there anything else that we should mention?
No, I think I covered it pretty well, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to hear about the Freeze Rose Bridge, though.
Oh, yeah, me too. I did want to mention, we did talk about a resolution on on consent. I thought about pulling it, but I thought we might as well put it through. But it's the one regarding the bigger, better bottle bill, or the new modern bottle bill. And I want to thank Barbara Ekstrom for helping us put together that resolution. It is in support of the efforts at New York State to expand the bottle bill again, which would help us have lower recycling costs overall, because more bottles and cans would be returned to the manufacturers. It includes the possibility of an increase of the deposit fee from a nickel to a dime. Also, the possibility of adding to other containers besides what we currently have. So a lot of us think that this is a pretty darn good idea, and apparently the rest of you did too, because it went through on consent agenda. Barbara, did you want to add anything about that?
No, the only thing I wanted to mention is to really make sure I'm transparent. As you know, when I made the presentation about the new recycling center, glass is simply being used these days as daily cover, which is not really recycling. And there, the truth is, to get the glass bottles and other containers out of the waste stream is important. What happens is the single stream glass gets broken, it's mixed with other recyclables, and it doesn't have a happy home. The only other thing that we're going to look at next year is whether or not we can do a separate drop off area for glass separated, but that's, we got to look at the costs as well. But really, the bottle bill failed twice. It came very close to passing last year. And when Mike contacted me, I was thrilled to be able to help him to move this forward.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, let's go to resolution S, budget adjustment, recycling solid waste center funding, recycling and materials management. That's ID 10533, and I move that.
I have a second, please. Seconded by Glenn Moore.
This reflects increase in our contract costs for recycling. Talked about this a lot last year. We talked about whether or not we were actually going to continue our recycling program. And I don't think there was anybody who did not want to do that here on the legislature. And I'm glad we didn't take the idea of discontinuing it like some counties did as a serious option. Yes, it's going to cost us more money, but now we're going to have to make this adjustment. As you can see, it's about $750,000. Barbara has recommended that part of it come from the solid waste fee, part of it come from fund balance, Barbara, which I understand is about $2 million at this point. So it's not going to bankrupt the fund balance account. I just wanted you folks to know about that.
Thank you very much. All right, let's vote on it. Roll call vote.
Martha Robertson?
Yes.
Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
yes,
Glenn Maury?
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
All right, that carries unanimously.
And resolution T, establishing a unit charge for the 2022 solid waste annual fee, which is $75. And I so move. That's ID 10530.
I have a second, please. Seconded by Dave McKenna. Discussion.
It was going to be a big bite again, but those recycling and solid and materials management costs are hurting because of the lower costs for commodities. But I think Barbara reported to us that we're seeing a little improvement in some of those.
Awesome.
Is that right, Barbara?
That's correct.
All right. Let's vote.
Martha Robertson?
Yes.
Leslie Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
yes,
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 no's.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mike?
Oh, and thank you, Barbara, for sticking with us here.
Thank
Hold
you.
on. Martha?
Yeah, if I can just, since Freeze Road Bridge has been such a longstanding issue, if I could just say a word, the community and the town board and the DOT came, and the historic preservation folks came to locally, an agreement about what the design would be more than a year ago. And what I'm hearing from various parties is that the process at the state and federal, both the state and the federal level, has been just enormously time consuming and has lagged forever. But I do want to say that the community did work together with the town, and it's been more than a year that they had an agreement and a plan to go forward. And it's really a shame that the federal process in particular really dragged out as long as it did. So.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to our Downtown Facilities Committee. Dave McKenna, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Downtown Facilities met on November 30th for a special meeting to consider a proposal by INHS to build 4 homes on a strip of land on Sears Street, which is on property that the county bought, I think it was 2 years ago. Anyway, after much discussion, we did move that forward to the legislature, and I have 2 resolutions tonight to make that a fact. So one is Resolution M, making a determination that certain real property located on a portion of what was formerly known as 111, 113, 117, and 119 Sears Street in the city of Ithaca is no longer needed for public use, ID 10549. And I will move that.
May I have a second, please? Seconded by Deborah Dawson. Discussion? Dan Klein?
I'm going to be voting against these 2 resolutions. I wanted to briefly explain why. So the county owns, I'm calling it the Sears Street parcel. County is in the process of purchasing what I'll call the Key Bank parcel. And then we own a lot of the space in between, the current campus, let's call it. And we have talked about, but never finalized, plans for ideas of consolidating our government buildings, some of them that are off this campus, and bringing them in closer. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. One factor is what's the future of office space? I mean, with COVID, that is still kind of an unknown. There's the parking issue, there's energy issues, there's the issue with the New York State courts wanting their space back. There's quite a few things that factor into it. It's a very complex decision and process. And in my opinion, we have not gone very far down the road of figuring out what path we want to follow to solve all those issues. So I believe it's premature to sell off a piece of land before we've answered most of those questions. There's an Aldo Leopold quote that the first rule of intelligent tinkering is to save all the pieces. And I believe we're violating that basic piece of wisdom. We're getting rid of a piece before we know what we're going to do with all the rest of the pieces. So for that reason, those reasons, I'm going to be voting against these 2 resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Rich John, and then Leslie, did I see your hand up? Rich John?
Thank you, Leslie. I absolutely support the effort to develop affordable housing on these building lots. I think this is a really positive development. And given the housing report we had earlier, I understand it might seem a small effort, but it matters. We should be doing that. I also, in comment to what Dan is saying, yeah, we could certainly wait and think longer on it, but there's a real cost to not deciding. And there's issues with not going forward in this neighborhood. It's pretty clear we won't need the Sears Street side of this property, certainly for an office building or for other use. So I'm very comfortable with making a decision now. Where I'd like to offer an amendment is to the to this resolution, and the whereas it says Tompkins County has no need for said land and there is no other county purpose for this land. Now, therefore be it. Because I'd like to address the issue of putting a sidewalk in the southern end. As we all know, there's been very strong reaction from the neighborhood to this idea of retaining that sidewalk area and allowing a pass through around to the back of these properties and onto Sears Street. And I won't repeat what all the neighbors have said, other than to say I think it represents some fear and frustration that's been going through the city generally, with a real rise in petty crime. And a lot of the neighbors here have experienced that, and they would rather have a more secure neighborhood, and they don't see this sidewalk as helping that. There certainly might be benefits to employees being able to walk to county buildings more quickly or more conveniently by having the sidewalk. But, you know, we certainly had discussion on the balance of interests there. What I would propose is the language that Brittany has shared with all of you in her email, where it would read, whereas Tompkins County shall retain a 12-foot wide easement over the southern line of the conveyed parcel, where it abuts the property identified as 109 Sears Street, for the future potential construction and use of a pedestrian walkway between Sears Street and the remaining county lands, but otherwise has no need for said land, and there is no other county purpose for this land. Now, therefore, be it. And I would move that, but I understand, because I got a call from Jonathan Wood just before the meeting, that there's some issue with INHS, whether they would be willing to accept the property on that condition. But if we could get the motion on the floor, if I could get a second, maybe we could hear from Jonathan.
Rich, you've moved it. Second, Martha Robertson. Jonathan,
Yeah.
get first dibs at the discussion.
Sure. What I mentioned to Rich is that he says in this 12-foot wide easement, which would suggest that we sell the property and retain an easement, but INHS didn't want that. They wanted either you sell them the property and there's no easement, or don't sell them the property. So I would substitute the word, assuming the legislature wants to vote for this, a 12-foot wide strip. I wouldn't use the word easement, because it really should not be an easement. And then I also noted to Rich that I thought the word "but otherwise has no need" is a little confusing, and I might say, but other than this 12-foot wide strip, to be clear. But the bigger issue is that we don't really, INHS doesn't want us to retain it, give it to them and have an easement. If we want that 12-foot alleyway, we should just not give it to them and retain it.
And Jonathan, when we spoke, we didn't know why INHS is taking that position. And I see Leslie Ackerman is here. Leslie, with your permission, could we hear from her?
Go ahead,
I'll
Leslie.
take that as a yes from Leslin. Hi, everyone. Thanks. Basically for us, that land isn't usable in any way. Excuse me. The area in the southwest, where there's already an easement to the owners of 109, is a driveway that we can't use in any beneficial way to the future homeowners. Creating a walkway then to the north of that easement, that existing easement, means that the part in the southeast is cut off. So that whole 12-foot long stretch is unusable to us. And it just seems a lot simpler that we would say, let's purchase the area that we can use, that we're going to construct into for sale affordable homes, rather than have the complication of an easement for land that's not going to be of any use or benefit to us. So it's just cleaner and simpler.
Thank you, Leslie.
I have a question for Leslie, if I could.
Sure.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah. Wouldn't that allow you to use that space for satisfying your side lot requirement with the city? And if it's the strong desire of the neighbors to try to have a considered decision on whether a sidewalk really is necessary there, once the county has firmed up its plans for the rest of the property, as Dan has indicated, that an easement would accomplish what you need without setting it in a course of action where we have to build a sidewalk or retain land in perpetuity.
So we don't need that additional space for the purpose of avoiding zoning variances. We do have enough, just albeit just barely, we do have enough street frontage and width of each lot to make zoning compliant lots if we were to pursue 4 individual homes versus, for example, 2 duplexes, and that's still undecided at this time. If the county decided we don't want that section for the walkway at all, we would happily take it, and then each lot would be able to be a little bit bigger. But what we'd like to be able to do is go ahead making definitive plans for how we're going to design the site, put into process the approvals for the municipal, at the municipal level, and not have the question mark hanging over it. I'm not sure if that answers the question. If there's anything else I can add, I will.
Thank you, Leslie. I have other questions. Mike Lane.
If you do an easement, it shifts the tax burden to INHS or whoever's the future owner of that property, as opposed to if we own the strip, there's no taxes on the county-owned parcel. I want to point that out. I can't support this amendment. I think we had a thorough discussion of this issue at the Downtown Facilities Committee meeting. There was a strong vote to proceed with the resolution as we have it in the packet, and I think that's what we should do.
Thank you, Mike. Amanda.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify or have someone clarify why it says 12-foot wide easement. Does that include the driveway that's already there?
No. It's in addition to the driveway that's there.
No, that's not
No, it
correct.
does. The current
includes the
easement to property 109 is 7 feet. And then the proposed walkway would be another 5 feet. So from the southern
Okay.
border, we're talking about 12 feet altogether.
Right, so the additional
Correct.
easement is 5 feet wide.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
My
Any other
apologies. I got
questions?
that mixed up.
So we have an amendment on the floor. I see no other comments or questions. Martha?
I appreciate the effort Rich is going for. But I also understand Leslie's and INHS's position that you have to build what you're going to build. So that land, even if it's just held and without a promise of a sidewalk, it still changes the design of those 4 properties. I guess my question is there a way? What I'm thinking is it seems to me that it is not a wise use of resources for the county to hold on to this. And I talked to Arel Lamaro today. I'd emailed him and he called me back. He is concerned that as a sort of an orphan piece of, I'm looking at the drawings in the, in the packet. So it's sort of an orphan piece of land that we would have to maintain, and his people certainly would do whatever they have to do based on a legislature decision, but it's not it's not like the sidewalk next to this building. It's not, they would have to make sure to send somebody over for litter pickup and shoveling, and depending upon if there's any sort of a barrier, whether it's a fence or vegetation, they'd have to, build something, plant something, maintain it. They'd have to put power there and lighting. And if the county keeps it, then we are forever responsible for it. And I can't see, if we don't sell it now, I can't see anybody else ever wanting to buy it. If somebody in the future does buy the other part of Tioga Street, they don't want this. It's an orphan piece of property. And, I think once the new center of government building is on Tioga Street, I can't see virtually anybody using this walkway. I mean, if up to 4 people a day use it now, according to the neighbor who looks out that window, that number will go even farther down. So it feels to me like something that in the future, people are going to say, why is this here? This is so annoying. We don't need, it's not helpful. It's just a problem for us.
So I take it you're voting no on the amendment.
Well, apparently the amendment doesn't do what is needed here. And, would have been good to know from this ahead of time. So I know that we're working on this. So I would like to, I'm just going to put this out there and see if we can figure out a way to do this. I'd like to propose an amendment that maybe it's on the next resolution.
You're proposing an amendment to the amendment? We have amendment on the floor.
No. I'm trying to understand what the strategy is here. So if the amendment Rich is making and I seconded is kind of not workable, my goal is to figure out a way to propose selling the property that includes this little flag piece. So I guess it's a question to Jonathan. How do I do that? Is that for the next resolution? Is there some way? Because what
you have to amend the main resolution if this one doesn't pass.
Right. So this resolution says that all of this is not needed for public, for public use.
Martha?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I offered this as a compromise so that we could try to work through this and not force us to make a decision about building the sidewalk right now when we really don't know what the use of the remainder of the property is going to be. But if that's not feasible for INHS, I would consider withdrawing my amendment and just let's do the up and down vote on whether there should be a sidewalk there or not. And I guess it's in the form of amending the sketch map for the tax line adjustment to just butt up to 109 Sears Street.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
let people decide.
Right, that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out. Is this the resolution to do that, or is the next one?
It's here because it establishes the map showing the parcel that's going to be conveyed.
I got it. Okay.
So Rich, are you withdrawing your amendment?
And that was a sincere attempt to compromise everybody. But I guess we need to just have the decision and see where it goes. I would withdraw that amendment and instead amend the resolution to revise the map to make a clear, have the parcel to be conveyed, go all the way to the south to 109 Sears Street. So we eliminate the area where the sidewalk or easement would have been.
Does that include the pre-existing driveway easement?
It's contained within it. That can't go away. That easement will run with the land, is my understanding.
So we have to keep that.
Well, INHS has to keep that.
But they don't want any easement, so.
We can't take away an easement we've already granted. There's nothing we can do about that.
Katie might have an answer.
I have Leslie who's been waiting, and then Deborah, I'll see you. No? Okay, you'll wait. Katie, you unmuted. What you got to say about it?
Well, I would say that we had prepared materials for this version of it for both resolutions changing and the map changing. And I'm happy to display those if people would like to see them, or even just see the map to see what that would look like.
I think it might be helpful, but let me see. Lisa, I also see the county administrator hand up. Is there something you want to add, Lisa, before we go there?
Yeah, I'm just in regard to the changing of the lines and selling the easement. I don't know that we necessarily want to sell that easement. So that's just something for consideration in making these amendments.
I would defer to Jonathan, but we cannot sell the easement. That belongs to 109 Sears Street.
109, yes.
So it stays regardless. We can sell the land, but it is subject to the easement.
I see. Okay, go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I think we need to nail this down, exactly what we're talking about if we're going to amend this, because my understanding is that INHS does not want anything that's subject to an easement.
Correct.
So if we're modifying this map, the greatest extent to which it can be modified is up to the edge of that easement, because we cannot give them fee simple, free of an easement to the driveway.
Leslie's got her hand up.
And that's what I understood from Leslie earlier.
I may be mistaken, but I had a recollection that either Katie or Megan in a previous conversation had suggested that the county was going to offer the area that has the easement of that driveway, offer to sell that parcel to the owners of 109. Is that not being considered?
That had been considered maybe a year and a half ago, but hadn't heard it mentioned in regard to this transfer.
No.
That language was in a previous resolution that we had drafted for an earlier downtown facilities committee meeting this fall, recently.
Katie, does that easement go all the way back to the parking lot behind this portion?
That would be a question for Jay. He might be able to weigh in on that.
No, I think it's 7.2 feet by 32 feet. So it would create an Oklahoma if we kept a trail there and couldn't use that easement area. So there'd be, 5 foot on Sears Street, but then 12.2 feet once you got, I think, 32 feet back.
That's what I thought. I thought that's what it was.
Thank you, Jay. Mike Sigler and then Martha.
Hi, I just kind of want to ask for a favor on this, to be honest with you. I really don't have a strong feeling on this either way. This little strip of land has generated just a lot of email, and a lot from the community, a lot from just everyone. It's really seemed to stir a much larger debate than I would have expected over this little strip of land. And it seems like Rich John and Deborah Dawson are the main proponents on either side. I don't know, if you guys could just talk about it and sell me on one way or the other, that would be great. Because I literally, it's in the city, it's this little strip of land. I mean, I don't know, which is really the better way to go, to be honest with you.
That's what we're trying to do, Mike. We're trying to convince you.
Well, well, one vote out of 14, right? But, I've got to imagine other people are looking at this thinking the same thing, maybe not.
Well, Rich and I did communicate, and his
Deborah, hold on.
proposal was a compromise that I was actually willing to support, but it's not going to work now, is it?
All right, we've got a few people, and I also am interested in Katie showing the map so that people can have a visual of what we're talking about. Martha.
Yeah, I was going to ask for Katie's maps, and I would like us to reconsider selling that small rectangle to the owners of 109. And even if we, in a previous resolution, said rejected that, I'd like to propose bringing that back. But first, I want to see what Katie's got to show us.
I don't want to muck up things too much tonight. Leslie.
But can we see Katie's maps?
We're going to see Katie's. Can I just open up our meeting? We're going to see Katie's. Okay. Leslie has been waving furiously. Leslie, go ahead.
I just want to share with folks that 12 feet might not seem like a lot, but if you live downtown, 12 feet of your yard could be your whole yard, okay? 12 feet's a ton in a downtown small block. So if we can do something that's actually functional for the community, who have clearly all taken their time to either email us or come this evening and have said pretty clearly, and by the way, they live across the street, so we will continue to see and talk with these folks over the years as we look at this. What else can it be? It's not going to be a lot. We did not have a parking lot there a few years ago. I worked for the county. I've always walked that way. Many times folks have parked in the community. It's nice to have a parking lot, but I wouldn't say that a parking lot long-term is really great in a residential community. For a purpose-built parking lot to bring in folks from out of town and park in the middle of a residential block, which I think is and should be the goal for this block. I'm a downtown representative. District 2 is 2 blocks away, and I feel pretty strongly about it. 12 feet doesn't feel like a lot when you're out in the country. It's a lot downtown. Thank you.
Let me see, whose voices have I not heard? Deborah, go ahead. Dan, go ahead. I see Annie. Let Annie speak, that'll be great.
Sure.
Thanks, Leslyn. So I would like to see if we could, I know we might not be getting to that tonight, but I was thinking earlier today and talking with someone about, when we had brought up before of selling that the driveway portion to 109. And so on the other section, the 5-foot section that currently is on the map that is in our packet is reserved for possible sidewalk. I would like to see that to figure out how we can combine that into the property that we're selling INHS. It's a sidewalk right in the middle of a residential area, no matter what we do with the other property, if we're going to use it for a parking lot, which it sounds like that would be what some people are thinking would be helpful to have a sidewalk there. We don't know if we're going to do that, and being around downtown, it's not very common for a sidewalk or an alleyway to be in the middle of a residential block, and so I would just assume them having a little bit more space. As Leslie Ackerman said, they're just fitting it in. So, 5 more feet, it's a foot and a little couple more inches to give each of those properties. It's a lot. So that's where I would like to figure out how we can do that. Thank you.
All right, Deborah, Dan, and while Katie gets ready to pull up share screen, shows those maps. Deborah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Leslyn. I think it's important, and I communicated this to Rich earlier today, that people understand we are not talking about 12 feet. There's an existing easement We're not talking about that. So take that 7.2 feet off and let's talk about 5 feet. This is a piece of 14 by 11 or 8.5 by 14 paper, okay? If you divide that 5 feet by 4 lots, this is how much you're going to increase it. I am not interested or willing to foreclose the possibility that we can have a path to a parking lot. And I know, Leslie, you think parking lots are horrible, but the fact is, we saw a housing snapshot that shows we have like 15 or 16,000 in-commuters every day. Some of those in-commuters, a not insubstantial number of them, are our employees. So they have to park. They don't have a choice. I just cannot tell you how frustrated I have been with this whole process ever since we bought this property. We bought this property with the intention of mitigating the parking shortage that we have for county employees and the possibility that some piece or all of our new center of government would be on that property. Now we have the property that Dan refers to as the bank property. And that's likely to be where we'll put the center of government. But when we do that, we will be bringing even more of our employees into this central downtown campus. And they're going to need to park, and they're going to need a way to walk from their offices to their cars and vice versa. And I'm simply not willing to abandon the idea that we'll make it easier for some of them to do that in bad weather, for example.
So I appreciate this discussion, but for the record, there is no amendment on the table right now to do anything different. Dan, and then I am going to go to Katie.
Thanks. I wanted to convince Mike Sigler. I wanted to make my case to him. So Deborah made the first part of it, which is this idea that we're going to increase the lot size, but getting rid of the walkway adds 15 inches to every lot, 15 inches. My real case, though, is that Ithaca is a very walkable city, and we should be looking for ways to increase the walkability of Ithaca and not take away opportunities to increase the walkability of Ithaca. I walk around Ithaca quite a bit, and one of my most frustrating phenomenons is when I try to cross some area, an open area or a parking lot or whatever, and it turns out it's fenced in on all sides. It's like a corral, there's no way through. That's the opposite of what walkability is. You should be able to pass through easily. Keep saying that it's not common to have paths or walkways or alleys in the city, and it's just not accurate. They're all over the place. Just off the top of my head, Cascadilla Park Avenue is a mere 2 blocks away from this spot we're saying. And there is a walking path, even though there's already a street there, there's a walking path, and it goes literally adjacent to people's backyards. So it's a very good analogy, in my opinion. There's another one that's about another 4 or 5 blocks away from that. It's called Frosh Alley. It is between Eddy Street and Stewart Avenue. And it literally is mid-block and goes right by people's backyards on both sides of it. There's the Cascadilla Gorge Walk, which is right in a residential area. There's the Home Dairy Alley, which you might think of a commercial area, except it borders an apartment house. You go across the street onto Green Street. That path continues. I don't know what it's called on that side, but it also borders right against an apartment house. So it's not only common, but it's desirable to have walkways in the city. And I want to say something else. So this is not, some people have talked about that we're adding a walkway, we're adding a sidewalk. That is not actually what's going on. This walkway has existed for 30 years. What some people are proposing is to take that walkway away. And that's really a bad idea when you have the opportunity to preserve a walking path to then wall it off. You've lost an opportunity that you can never get back. And then finally, well, that is my last point. Thank you.
please go to Katie so people can see the map, see what we're talking about? Thank you all. Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Lex. Then we'll come back and have you do the discussion to start.
So this is the version of the map. It's basically what's called 6.2 on this map, would be what would be conveyed to INHS. And then we do have language from previous resolutions, if you're interested in seeing that, for how we would handle the driveway easement as well as other aspects of the proposal.
Can I ask a couple questions on that?
Yeah.
So do I understand there's no driveway there for the 109 house?
There is a driveway and there's an easement that is associated with that driveway.
Okay, just hard to see that. Could you put your cursor, the Court Street is right at the bottom of your diagram there.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy for me to say, like, go directly south along Sears, and I know where the Tompkins government building is, the building we're in right now. The entrance to the old jail, could you kind of put your cursor on where you think it is, or I don't know if the map extends.
Right about here?
Right about there. So the entrance of the old jail is in between Sears and Tioga, right? So people are actually, and I'm not going to argue against parking, but the point is, if people are in the parking lot, if you are going to the old jail, it's truly 6 of one, half dozen of another to get to the door of the old jail. If your building has a door on Tioga Street or even on Buffalo, you're going to use the Tioga Street sidewalk. But you're going to leave the parking lot and go down Tioga Street. I think the only people for whom the Sears Street walkway would be attractive is anybody who's in this building we're in right now. Is that your sense, Katie? Is that what, looking at the diagrams and the walking paths that you all developed before?
Well, it would be certainly most convenient to people in the Daniel D. Tompkins building and increasingly less convenient to take Sears Street for people who are in buildings that are closer to Tioga Street.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else has questions on the map?
No. Was there
All right.
another map?
Leslie,
So what do we got?
Leslie, Katie, did you have another one you were sharing with us?
No, I was just saying I can show you the proposed language that we had before in the resolution where we select the preferred developer, if you'd like to see that.
So that might be helpful, but let me see what questions Leslie or a statement Leslie and Shauna have, and then we'll come back to that, and Martha. Rich, did you have your hand up again?
I did. I wanted to take a run at Mike Sigler,
Formulate, and then we'll come back. Let's see.
Use the words.
And Martha.
I have a map that shows that Oklahoma shape, if that would be useful.
Yeah. Go ahead, Leslie. You have an Oklahoma map.
All right. This was from the presentation.
Right.
I hope you can all see it. And this was one of the proposed layouts. This is the existing. I hope that when I say this, you can see what I'm pointing to. Down in the lower left corner is the existing easement, and this area above it and to the east of it is the driveway area and the other remaining portion that would not be usable.
That actually is very helpful. Thank you. Their hands up. Martha, go ahead.
Yeah, that's in our packet, but it's good for the public to be able to see it on the screen too. So to finish up some of what I was going to say was what I asked Katie. I think we have to really be careful that we are not promising our staff that we are going to provide them parking. And I'm not arguing against the parking lot. I know you are. I'm not. I'm saying it makes sense to have at least some of it be a parking lot in the future. But I think, you know, we've been cautioned every time it comes up is that we don't want to have any kind of promise to our staff that we're providing parking, because that's a whole contract issue. And then we get into equity, and then it really starts costing us a lot of money. So I think that kind of language is something to be very cautious about. I think that we provide some is very helpful and important, but we can't promise it to everybody. So to Mike Sigler, I think I think that this is really sort of a logical thing, and whether it's a few feet or whatever it is, I think it really simplifies the whole process for INHS if it's just a clean piece of land, and I think we don't need that pathway. Thank you.
Leslie, did you still want to comment?
I have not spoken about that. Raised my hand about 20 times.
All right, hang on a minute. I told Leslie and Martha when we came back after the map that they'll have their chance, and you were on the list.
A couple quick thoughts. It's really helpful to see the different maps. Thank you for that. You know, I think the long-term unintended consequences potentially of keeping this set aside, and whether it gets built today, built in 10 years, never built, but holds its place in space without a purpose, is that it kind of can start to break away some of what we're trying to create here, which is a cohesive street front for housing. I'm suggesting that we think about, you know, a walkway. If someone builds a house there, we're talking about 4 potential houses, 2 potential duplexes. We have a house that's in place. If everybody decides to fence up their backyards to have their little bit of privacy, because these are pretty shallow backyards, it's going to be walking the gauntlet between 2 fences. That I hope that we have a plan for long-term enforcement and maintenance and improvements and the things that it'll cost. And they'll cost as a fragment that aren't part of a tied-in system that we maintain. We don't maintain those sidewalks. Those are city sidewalks. So thinking about how we keep this and what the long-term benefit is versus what we've heard directly from the community in requesting their public input, I would suggest that we try to make this into more of a focus on a residential street. I appreciate walkways and alleys. I would say this is a false dichotomy. What we have here, this is not a walkway. It comes next to somebody's parked car. It's not friendly.
I walk there every day. It's a walkway.
I understand. And I also understand that this is incredibly sparsely used at the moment area for parking. So long-term, I really think that we should think about what we're holding on to and for what. And I understand that we're looking to redevelop, and I would urge us to think about more housing in this area as we have brought on a new site for the purpose of the center of government. We will need parking. Surficial parking in a residential block is not the solution.
Let me get Shauna, Amanda, Dan, Mike Lane, Dave McKenna, and I don't hear any minds changing, and we're gonna have to take this bad boy to a vote.
Leslin, I had my hand up.
Oh, yes, you did, Rich. That's true, but I have Shauna.
Okay, so my one point is that people are going to use this as a walkway, whether it's our property or it's the neighbor's property. You go to Wegmans, you see that there is a street you can walk in. People cut through the flower beds because it's 10 steps shorter. I can guarantee you, if we sell this property and homeowners have it, we are going to absolutely be inundated with emails. We thought we were inundated with emails from Sears Street people. We will be inundated with emails from the Sears Street's neighbors saying your employees are walking on my property. It's true. And I can also guarantee you that what could happen is that there will be liability issues, because if it is one of our employees and they fall because it's not being maintained, it could get really nasty. I also think that, you know, while we talk about it having lighting or being maintained, we're going to have the whole parking lot that has to be maintained. Running lights from a parking lot to a walkway is simply running conduit. I mean, it's not, yeah, I mean, I think we're blowing up the maintenance and really making that an issue. Whenever our facilities, our highway department, they maintain all of our facilities. And so to have one 5-foot walkway is not going to make or break their work plan. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda, Rich has been waiting for a while,
Okay.
so let me get Rich and I'll come to you.
Yep.
And Dave, I do see you.
It's okay.
I wasn't being entirely facetious. Mike asked, convince them. This isn't really the hill to die on. I agree with you. This isn't the, most important thing we're going to make a decision about. I think it's more important that there's going to be good affordable housing here. Getting rid of the walkway, you get a little bit more space to build those houses. You also give some more privacy. The quality of life improves. To Shauna's point, that's what fences are about. If you look at the history in the city of Ithaca, when they passed ordinances saying you couldn't have livestock in the city anymore, there was a real movement to get rid of fences. And people took fences down. But then they said, you know what? We have kids. We have people walking through our yards. We don't want them. And fences came back. I would not be shocked if the residents said we want fences along our back line to preserve our privacy and to keep people from walking through. It's an easy enough solution and it would almost certainly happen. You're going to get a better quality product out of these affordable houses without it there. The neighbors have spoken very clearly that they don't understand why the county would be doing this. The whole conversation about step counts just baffles me. I mean, I don't count my steps when I walk to the county buildings from my house, and it's way more than the distance from this parking lot. It's all manageable. It's really just a very small incremental difference. The rancor we're going to cause in bringing this really good project to the neighborhood by keeping this one element in it just isn't worth it. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Amanda, Mike Lane, Dave McKenna. Oh, I do have Dan, Henry Granison.
Thank you. I think that this sidewalk would be a lovely place to play hopscotch. And I would like to play a game of hopscotch with you all there once it is built. And I call the question.
Call the question. Is there a second for calling the question? Glenn Maury. You have to vote on calling the question.
Martha Robertson? No. Leslie Schill?
No.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Shauna Black?
No.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Granison?
No.
Rich John?
No.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
No.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
No.
Glenn Maury?
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
We have 6 ayes, 8 noes. Motion fails.
Point of order, I believe that on a motion to call a question, you're not allowed to say anything, you just have to call a question. Well, you talked about hopscotch first, so.
Well, kidding,
I'm
Martha.
just,
You know what? It's okay.
just saying.
Let's
Next time.
I have Mike Lane. I want to recognize Glenn, Henry, and Dan.
Mike Sigler, I hope listening to some of the comments that have been made here tonight, you understand that there is a much bigger issue than this sidewalk. And that is what the future of this property on Tioga Street will or could be. And also how we are thinking about our employees. Those who are pushing to not have this connection are the same people that keep talking about, well, let's turn the whole thing into housing. Let's have the county have some other developer use it. They won't say that that's it, but that's what's going on here. I've been on the Downtown Facilities Committee, and I've seen the efforts to push this thing through, push various things through as quick as possible. I ended up saying in Downtown Facilities that I would vote for this resolution, not without the sidewalk, for the same reason I voted to sell the old library. Not because it's what I think is the best thing to do. In fact, as I agree with Dan on a lot of things he said, but because I think there's a majority that wants to sell these houses, this house lots, I should say. And I think we need to do that together. I just wish that the folks who didn't win in committee would just let it go instead of trying to shape this. As far and Dan, as far as alleyways, do you know that Sears Street is an alley? Sears Street was originally known as Goose Alley, and that's how it's listed on some of the old maps. And the reason it was Goose Alley was because people would drive their flocks of geese down that alley to get them watered at Cascadilla Creek. You know, Cascadilla Creek always didn't have the concrete and stone walls. It was a regular creek back in the olden days. Eventually that alley got built upon, and that's what's happened. I remember when the ramshackle houses were torn down. Now we are actually talking about building new houses and doing away with the driveway that has gone on to Sears Street for years and years, at least 30 years. I know a little bit about this because my family owned the house on Cascadilla Ave. It was that number 1 on that map you were just looking at with the Katie Borgella put up. That was in my family for 74 years, up until very recently. And so I played on that street. I played in the creek. I played on DeWitt Park. I know this street. I'm not some person who's not familiar with what's going on here. But I also know that we need to think about what we're going to do to help our employees sometime in the future.
Thank you, Mike, the historian among us. Please let me get Dave McKenna, the chair of the committee, Henry Granison, Dan Klein, and then let's vote on this or make amendments, whichever.
Okay, I just want to reiterate something that I said in committee more than once about the parking lot issue. Okay, it's not really on subject, but I think it's relevant. We're consolidating a lot of people into a new office building at some point in time. I don't know when that's going to be, but whenever. In doing that, we will be moving a good share of our electric fleet into that area, as well as probably buying more electric cars. We need a place to put those cars. And if nothing else, that would be a darn good place to have them. So that's just my point that I wanted to make, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Henry and Dan, let's see.
Yeah. Is the deal that we would
Can't hear you, Henry.
okay, is the deal we would sell you just the 5-foot strip, or that we would sell you all of Oklahoma?
I didn't hear the question, Henry.
You can only sell
Okay.
a 5-foot strip, Henry.
Only, why wouldn't you buy all of Oklahoma?
What are you gonna do with it?
Well, what are we gonna do with it? I mean, if we can give it to INSH, it gets it off our hands, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they want it.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We either want all of Oklahoma or none of Oklahoma. What we really don't want is to have the parcel with the walkway and then the orphan section to the southwest, southeast, none of that is of any use. We would certainly purchase the parcel with all of Oklahoma.
That was the map I showed, Henry, was all of Oklahoma being sold to INHS.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on screen? Martha, last thoughts, then let's vote.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I mentioned hopscotch and the, calling the question. I'm totally not talking about housing and the whole thing, Mike, so please don't put words in my mouth, at least. I'm saying that, future looks like we need some for parking, so. So I would like to make an amendment, and is that about amending the map or the resolution or both? And I guess I would propose Katie's map, and maybe if Katie had the resolution that goes with the map. I'm sorry to be.
The map goes with the first resolution on no public need for the property. So the map that I showed would go with that resolution, and all we would do is change the date of the map in the resolution to match the map selling Oklahoma to INHS.
And remind me then, what happens with the easement? It stays with the owner, with 109?
Well, that's with the other resolution. The second resolution has to do with the identifying the preferred developer and authorizing the sale. And that
Okay.
we have a couple of extra paragraphs that we removed from a previous resolution that we could insert back in that would address the easement issues.
Okay, so I want to do what Katie said. So I don't have to make any language change, correct? But we're just proposing a different map to go with it. So however, I'm gonna look at Kathy, how do I make that as an amendment?
I think I would reach out to Jonathan and see what his opinion is.
His hand is up, lucky for us.
I see his hand up.
Yeah, so it's speaking to exactly this point. I think the resolution as it reads now is pretty unclear what it includes. I mean, there's a map, but it doesn't even specifically reference the map. So I think the resolution just needs to be a little clearer as to what it includes and what it does not include. It includes the reference to the 68 feet, but not to the 153 feet, which is the length going along Sears Street. So I think before it's voted on, or I mean, even if it has, as shown in attached map or something like that, and marked as 6.2, but something to make it very clear from the resolution, because if you just read that resolution, it's not entirely clear whether it includes the strip or not.
Okay.
We addressed that through changing the date on the map and the date in the resolution. So the September date that's on the map selling everything to INHS is what was inserted in the older version of the resolution. That's how we addressed it, Jonathan, just so you know.
Yeah, I realize that, but you still have a resolution determining that certain property is no longer needed for public use. And someone looking at it would not be entirely sure what property we're saying is no longer needed for public use.
Is it possible to table this discussion, have staff figure something out and come back to the whole resolution after we go to another committee or something? I hate to take everybody's time with working out this detail. I think the intention is clear, but I think it's also pretty important to get the language right.
I mean, to be honest, I think we could get the language right pretty easily if we know what the intention is. It's still unclear, I think, to us whether the legislature wants to include that portion as selling to INHS or not include that portion.
That's what I want to propose, Jonathan, is I want to propose modifying what's in front of us. And to be fair, it came out of committee with that we keep Oklahoma, but committee is only 5 members, this is 14. So that's why we vote on things in the full legislature. So I would, my intention is to put on the table selling Oklahoma. So if you have an efficient way to change this resolution, I'm all ears.
Point of order. Since the resolution on the table is what we're discussing, shouldn't we clarify the language for it before we start making amendments?
I think that's what Jonathan is saying.
That's exactly what I was saying.
That's what.
So what is our
trying to say.
language, Jonathan?
Well, that's what I want to be clear. Katie, the intention was of this resolution is, coming out of committee was to include the 5 feet. Let's talk about the 5 feet and then the 7 feet. Was to include the 5 feet, not include the 7 feet.
The intention coming out of committee is the map that is in the agenda packet, page 61.
Okay.
Where it has the 12-foot strip, which is the 7-foot easement plus the 5-foot pathway. The county would retain ownership of that land.
Okay, so it would not include either the 5 foot or the 7 foot. So why don't we just say in the resolution, someplace as shown in attached map and date, date as shown in the text map and then the number of the map. So it's as 6.2 in the attached map.
That is in the second whereas.
But I thought Oklahoma did include the 5-foot walkway.
Okay.
It does include that.
Right. So
Yes.
basically, if we sell Oklahoma, we're giving up the idea of a walkway ever.
Correct.
Jonathan, what I'm hearing from you is that includes, although the second whereas points to the map, to also include language that says, that specifically says parcel
as parcel
6.2.
6.2 in the attached map.
Right,
So it's clear what in the attached map it's referred.
as shown in parcel 6.2 on the
Yeah,
attached
Yeah,
proposed
as partial
map.
6.2 in the attached map. Okay. I think that makes it clear. Then if somebody wants to move to amend it, that they would have to move to add back or add to that, either the 7-foot alley, the 5-foot alley, or the 5-foot current easement.
No, I think the idea was to replace the map, and if we replace the map, then we name it differently, and that's what Katie's map shows, and what's the name of Katie's map would go in second whereas.
Right, so you can move to amend it to show as reflected in map, take out that language and move to show, basically say, the portion along Sears Street as shown in map, whatever you want to refer to that map as.
So first of all, is everybody okay with including a 6.2 in the current resolution, so there's clarity? Okay, so we've got that part taken care of. Now, that's what's on the table. That resolution is on the table. And there's a proposed, coming forward for an amendment to that.
So Jonathan, how you would like this to say, of the parcel along Sears Street, do you want extending 68 feet to the east scratched out then? That's part of Oklahoma. We want to let that be sold. Katie, maybe can we see your map again?
Yeah, no, the 68 feet doesn't change.
No.
68 feet is the depth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's the depth of parcel 6.2, right? Okay.
So I think all that would need to change for what you're trying to do is the second whereas the third sentence would read, the attached proposed notice of tax map revision dated September 21st, 2021, which is the date of the map I showed you earlier. And I think that's, and you could add parcel 6.2 in there, that'd be easy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Jonathan, is that all right?
I'm not sure, Martha, because I'm not sure what are you intending? You want to amend it to show what?
A different map. So if Katie could put her map back up, then,
Yeah,
we
and
will
which map? I'm not sure which map you want to.
Katie just referenced that the map she's showing is from September, 21?
Yes.
and you're going to show that again?
Yep.
Okay.
Here you go. So here's the date. Can you see the up here, the input date, 9/21? That's a different date on the other map that's in your agenda packet.
Right.
So that's the difference there.
Okay. And Mark, you want to change it, so the 6.2 is the same, right? And you want to change the resolution to show what? That it includes more than 6.2?
That 6.2 goes a little farther south. That's what this map is showing. And it's a straight right angle.
Okay.
It's the other way. This includes the entirety of the parcel, including the easement, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, this would be the amended.
This would be Martha's amendment. This would not be the amendment that's in our packet. Because
Okay.
this includes Oklahoma.
And that's what Martha's trying to clarify, so she knows what she's bringing as an amendment.
Katie, could you zoom in a little bit so we can see 109 a little more clearly?
Sure.
And help us understand what happens there.
So this is the parcel line. So this 15 is the 109 Sears Street. So then you've got a 7-foot easement right in this area for the driveway that would be conveyed to INHS, or in the language that we have in the resolution that is not in your agenda packet, it would offer the right for the 109 Sears to purchase the easement, first of all. And then on top of that is the 5-foot pathway strip.
Okay.
And that's what you want to amend it to?
That's my proposal, yeah.
Okay, but it seems, it seems completely inconsistent with the argument you were just making, though. That, but never mind.
What do you mean, Jonathan? I've been arguing that I don't think we need to hold on to the pathway, and I think this accomplishes that. What's the matter with that?
Okay, so Martha, you got clarity about what your amendments will be. There are other people who are waving furiously.
And by the way, if there's, yeah.
All right, Mike Lane.
Okay.
We've let Martha go on doing committee work here for a long, long time here this evening.
I was trying to make an amendment, Mike.
It's 9:45. And I would like to move to return this to committee.
All right, there's a motion to return it to committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Amanda Champion.
Bill Troy has a question or he's saying no.
Bill.
Oh. All right, there's a motion on the floor for returning it to committee. Bill, is there something you want to add?
Mike.
I think you muted yourself.
As the incoming county attorney, I'm getting a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that we can't agree on what it is we're talking about. If it does go to committee, I'd like to see a meets and bounds map drawn so nobody can have any doubt of, even to the inch, what we're talking about here. Because I could see there being a fight over this, and we come in and it'll be 14 members of the legislature, and in an hour and a half, we still don't seem to quite understand what's going on here. I don't mean to be critical. So if it goes back to committee, fine. I'd just like to have a meets and bounds, because I could see litigation coming out of this and we just don't need it.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor to return it to committee. Discussion on the motion to return it to committee, and then let's vote. Martha.
I really don't think we need to discuss it anymore. I think we now know what's in front of us and we could just settle this with a vote, up or down, finish it. And that's what I'd like to do. So if there needs to be more technical map drawing, et cetera, I'm sure that can be accommodated. I understand that. So
All right,
I
let's
think
vote.
the intention is pretty clear. I hope we can just finish this tonight.
Let's vote on the motion to return it to
Wait.
committee.
Wait, I wanna ask a
Oh,
question.
wait.
And Rich has his hand up too.
Oh, my goodness, I can't see the people on the screen. Who was that, Henry?
Rich is first.
Yeah, I don't think we need to send it back to committee. What we're doing, we have two resolutions. The first is to declare the property surplus. That would include the bottom 12 feet on the south edge of 6.2. And I don't think we need a meets and bounds description because it's clear enough at this point. And certainly there will be a meets and bounds description before any sale occurs. The second resolution is where we'll consider the easement that already belongs to 109. And so that's where we'll create Oklahoma if the amendment passes. And Oklahoma goes to INHS and the driveway for 109 goes to 109. Before we vote on this idea of sending it back to committee, we should keep in mind that Downtown Facilities is a temporary committee that may not exist in the next year, and was designed, and Dave McKenna worked really hard to get us here to finish its work in December. I will be voting no.
Okay, Henry.
Leslie, in terms of time frame, how does it work if we delay this by 2 weeks?
You're asking me, Henry?
Yes, I'm asking you whether a delay of 2 weeks would cause, what would it do?
Well, is it a delay of 2 weeks or is it a delay of some months? Because if it goes back to committee, won't it need to go to the legislature again? And that'll be a future legislature and they won't
Right.
be up to speed. So this might
well,
be months more
it
of
could-
conversations.
It could also be a special meeting of the committee next week or soon enough that we can get this back on the table by the 21st.
If it's handled
Okay.
before the legislature changes, that is something that will move us along on our time frame. If the new 2022 legislature takes it up, then we could be looking at months of additional discussion.
And sometimes that's how it happens. So Mike
Okay.
Lane is withdrawing his motion to send this back to committee, so that's no longer on the table. Now we're back to the main motion, which is really just declaring that certain real property
Well, is it the
is
real
no
motion?
longer needed for public use.
Is it the original motion?
And it's the original.
Or is it an amendment?
There has not been an amendment that has been seconded.
Oh.
Martha clarified what she wanted to do.
I will
That's all.
second Martha's amendment.
I haven't heard an amendment. I think people want to know what it is. Go ahead.
I think I amend line, what line? Line 9. So it says map revision dated September 21st, 2021. And Katie says that's all we have to do.
And that's 6.2 that includes,
Parcel 6.2 was already incorporated by consent. That's already in there on line 8.
wait, what do you mean it's included by consent?
No, you included 6.2. When Jonathan said to clarify the resolution, we should say parcel 6.2.
Right, but which 6.2 is the question?
It's not the 6.2, it's the date. The date of the map, the November 22nd is the map that was originally in the packet.
Right.
Martha is amending to say the map that Katie put on the screen,
Which
September
includes the
21st.
easements.
And 6.2 comes farther south.
Okay, so we're basically voting on Martha's amendment.
Yeah.
She just
Martha's putting an amendment on the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only language that's
The only change is the map.
Yeah,
correct.
Is actually the date of the map. Yeah.
Right. No, which map I'm voting on.
Right.
Okay. So don't we have to vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
And Leslin, I think Ann Corman seconded, but if she did.
Yes, I heard
Okay.
Ann second it. Now we're talking about the amendment. I have Dan Klein and Dave McKenna.
So mine's just a clarification question. So I just want to be clear. What's the status in this amendment of driveway easement?
My understanding is the easement stays with is available to the, all right, Katie, you tell me what the easement is. I think,
So if the version that we're talking about moved forward, then INHS would have, this resolution is just determining that there's no public use for it. So there's no public use for the driveway easement. There's no public use for the 5-foot path. There's no public use for the rest of the land being sold to INHS. That's the question right now.
So to clarify, this amendment would say that the driveway is not needed for county either. It's kind of going with the rest of the land.
Yeah, the driveway, not the
amendment will
walkway.
do.
All of it's going to.
All of it is not needed for public use.
Right.
We haven't gotten to conveying anything yet.
Thank you.
But that is what this resolution says. This amendment says. Dave?
Okay, I got to throw in one other thing that I haven't heard anybody say anything about. And it's really a question for Jay. If we sell Oklahoma with this, does it affect the selling price?
No,
That's the
the way I looked at this was just looking at a per lot basis. Whether we add a couple feet to the front or the back, the value is still in the ability to build that house there. So it wouldn't affect it. Unless we added, 20 feet on the rear of the lot, then I would have to go back and take a look. But as it currently stands, adding what would effectively be 7.2 feet spread over 4 lots is not going to change the market value of a lot.
Great, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote on the amendment.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
yes?
Mike Ziegler,
No.
Shauna Black,
No.
Amanda Champion,
No.
Deborah Dawson,
No.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
No.
Leslie McBean Claiborne,
No.
six ayes, 8 noes. Motion fails.
Okay, that fails. Now we're back to the main motion. That came out of committee with the 6.2 parcel included in there. Let's vote on it, please. Oh, Jonathan?
Just to be clear, you need 10 votes.
Yes, we need 10 votes for this to pass. Thank you, Jonathan.
Martha Robertson,
Yes.
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Ziegler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
No.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
Yes.
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes,
We have 13 ayes, 1 no.
that carries.
Okay, now on to resolution N. Designating preferred developer and authorizing sale of certain real property located on the portion of what was formerly known as 111, 113, 117, and 119 Sears Street in the city of Ithaca. ID 10550. I would move that.
Seconded by Mike Lane. I'm afraid to ask for discussion. Is there any discussion on that one? Go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I just want to clarification. So now we are voting to convey the property that we've deemed not for county use, and only that property to INHS.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And that, right.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, let's vote on it.
Martha Robertson?
Yeah, yes, yes.
Leslie Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
yes,
Glenn Maury?
Yes.
Leslyn McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no.
All right, that carries. I'm going off in a blaze of glory.
Congratulations, INHS.
Go Bills.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for answering
and guys,
questions.
there
Martha.
will be no downtown facilities meeting later this week.
Thank you so much.
I didn't hear that. What did you say?
Downtown facilities.
No meeting. Okay.
You are a trooper, Dave. Thank you very much. Martha.
Yes, I just really, I appreciate the time that took. I mean, I think it deserved an up or down vote. Appreciate we did that. And it's really exciting to be able to convey the land and to see this street get put back and some affordable housing go in. Thank you all very much.
Right. Thank you, Dave. Public
Thank
Safety
you.
Committee. Did somebody say something?
Thank you, Leslie.
Oh, good night, Leslie. Thank you. Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Can't hear him.
Rich, you're muted. I'm going out in a blaze of glory here.
Sorry about that, Leslyn. I was saying profound things, of course. I'd like to start by moving Resolution U, ID 10577, ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the Tompkins County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Inc., and the County of Tompkins. And I would move it.
I got a
Second.
second from Glenn Maury and Dave McKenna.
And if I could ask Lisa to speak to us for a minute about her work on this, and I'd say very good work on this. This is really good news.
And for everyone, this is a resolution that was added to the agenda, so you should have a copy of it, I believe, in your red folders or on your desk. It wasn't in your packet. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, thanks, Rich. And this is good news. It's a 9-year agreement with the road patrol unit. Both sides came to the table willingly to try to get this done. It incorporates salary increases, changes to health insurance, a change to sick leave policy. I understand that it received the support of the widespread support among deputy sheriffs. So, you know, kudos also to Derek and Jen for their work in working with their employees. Everyone came to the table on this, and I think it's a win-win.
Thank you. Can we just vote on it?
Oh, yes, we can.
All right. Enthusiastically, let's have a roll call vote.
Martha Robertson?
Absolutely.
Leslie Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
yes,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne?
Yes,
14 ayes, 0 noes.
that carries and enthusiastically. Thank you very much, negotiating team. Thank you to our road patrol. Thank you to, folks for stepping up. Yes, Mike. in good faith. Beautiful. Good work. All right. Is there anything else from you, Rich?
Yes, just very quickly. We met on November 18th, the Public Safety Committee. We had I thought, just a really good discussion about the manhunt that took place last month in the city and then up into Cuba Heights. And also about the series of reports of guns being fired. And we talked about whether this is a trend or an isolated group of individuals. Certainly, right around the time of that meeting, there were approximately 8 arrests involving possession of weapons and guns. And we seem to have at least captured some of the people involved, and hopefully that will continue. But it was a really good discussion on that issue, and particularly about our communication system and the public communications. Obviously, we now have Swift 911 and it was used. And we talked about the good points of how it communicated the unrolling events to the public and where we could see improvements. So I think that it was a really good conversation to have. I'd also say our jail stats today are 38 inmates and 4 board outs. So we're keeping steady there. The committee will be meeting on December 16th, so a week from Thursday. And we're going to have a visit from the city acting police chief and Captain Dauber from the New York State Troopers, as well as our sheriff, with a discussion on policing, particularly in regard to the encampments. So it should also be a good discussion, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich? Seeing none, much appreciated. Thank you, Kara, for hanging out with us. Let's move on to Health and Human Services Committee. Shauna Black, Chair.
Listen, your mic is kind of far away. Thank you.
Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you very much. We met 2 weeks ago and we passed 3 resolutions. I would like to move Resolution O, authorizing the salary for position above the salary range, nurse practitioner in psychiatry, ID 10513.
I have a second, please. Second by Amanda Champion. Any discussion? Mike Lane?
Maybe for the people at home, you ought to explain why we're doing this.
Sure, happy to do that. So essentially, we are struggling to recruit people in our mental health department, and this actually offers a competitive wage. Frank Krupa is also here if there are more questions. But this raises the typical salary that we would pay this position because practitioners in psychiatry are highly sought after.
Thank you much.
Frank, did I get that right?
Yes, sure.
He just wants to leave.
All right, let's vote on it, please.
Dr. Robertson?
Yes.
Leslie Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
Yes.
Glenn Maury?
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. The next resolution is Resolution P, authorizing the salary for position above the salary range for a public health engineer, ID 10531. I so move.
May I have a second, please? Second by Leslie Shill.
And Frank, if you could describe this one, I don't want to get it wrong.
Sure. So we have one public health engineer position at the health department. It is currently filled with an incumbent that has a competing job offer. Our salary is not in alignment with current market rate. If we're unable to meet salary comparisons, we are likely to lose this person and would then need to contract for those same services at a significantly higher rate.
Any other discussion? Thank you for that, Frank. Let's vote.
Martha Robertson,
Yes, yes.
yes. Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison, Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
McKenna,
yes,
Glenn Maury,
Yes.
Leslie McBean Claiborne.
Yes.
14 ayes, 0 no.
Yeah, that carries.
And then the last resolution we have is Resolution Q. I so move authorization to accept funds and budget adjustment, Community Health, Health Department ID 10532.
There's a revised version.
There is a revised version that was in our red folders, and it was also emailed to those that are at home.
So that's what you're moving, right?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I have a second, please. Seconded by Leslie. Any discussion? Vote.
Martha Robertson,
Yes,
Leslie Show,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Henry Grandison, Henry Grandison,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Lane,
Yes.
Dave McKenna,
yes,
Glenn Maury.
Yes.
Lynn McBean Claiborne. 14 ayes, 0 no.
Great, thank you. As far as my report, and I probably should have talked about this whenever we just passed that resolution. I would like to thank the Park Foundation. They donated $296,000.83 to the Health Department to pay for feeding our staff and volunteers for the children's COVID vaccine up at the mall. And so that is absolutely an incredible thing that they offer to do for our volunteers and the people that are serving our community. So thank you, Park Foundation. You do a lot of great things in our county. Our next HHS meeting will be the third Monday. I believe that is I want to say the 21st at 3 p.m.
I think it's the 20th, Shauna.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
The
3
20th.
Close enough.
Don't
All
we
right.
usually meet at 1:30?
Oh, maybe we do.
For
Yep,
one?
1:30.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Oh, yeah, it's 3 hours past my bedtime.
So folks are winding down. Great, and thank you for, shout out to the Park Foundation. It does take an entire community for us to get through this pandemic, now endemic, and it's much appreciated. Let's move on to Tompkins Intergovernmental Relations Committee. Martha Robertson, Chair.
okay, I'll find it somewhere. We have not met since the last legislature meeting. Our next meeting and last of the year is next Tuesday, the 14th of December at 10:30. Amanda Spellacy will be there, as well as Diane Miller and Charlie Krasansky from Cornell. And Ryan Gregoire will be there. NICEC has voted on and passed their legislative program. So that 20-page document will be in your packets. It'll go out tomorrow, and Ryan will be there to talk us through it. That's next Tuesday.
Beautiful. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. We met last week and we went through all the resolutions that were on the consent agenda. This was our last meeting of the year and we all agreed that government operations is the best committee. And we will meet again on January 6th.
And you are well within your right to pat yourself on the back for being as the best committee. Thank you, Amanda, for chairing government operations. And thank you to the rest of the committee for all the work that you have done this year. Planning, Energy and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our committee also voted that we were the best committee. So I think our committee is going to arm wrestle government operations to get this settled. Okay, so we met on the 22nd And we had a extensive report from Recycling and Materials Management Department, including EPP, the Environmental Product Procurement group that's meeting, including Amanda Champion. And so they're making a lot of progress in that. And then they talked about the distribution of the reusable bags to those residents in the county with low incomes. And Nancy Webster from that department helped give us an update on that. And then some of the other highlights were we had a report on our water quality strategy from 2022 to 2024, and an update on the 2030 district from our Chief Sustainability Officer. We also reviewed our yearly goals that we had for this past year, and we will meet again a little bit earlier in the month due to the holidays in December. So we're actually meeting next week, the 15th, Wednesday at 1:30.
Any
That's it.
questions for Ann? All right. Thank you very much, Ann. Next week meeting, it's moved up. And last but certainly not least, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will be meeting next Monday at our usual time. We've got several interesting things on the agenda, including workforce diversity and inclusion's revised and diversity statement resolution, the adoption of our cash management and investment policy, and several resolutions relating to fixing the salaries for the county clerk and the sheriff for their next term. We have one contentious issue in our committee, and that is whether or not the compensation of the sheriff should be increased sometime next year, which would be in the middle of the term. Understanding is that although I had separated that issue from the salary for the next term so as to allow us to bifurcate our consideration, I've been advised by our sainted clerk, Kathy, that she's talked to Jonathan, and if we do decide we want to increase the sheriff's salary midterm, we have to do it by passing a local law rather than by resolution. So that will be under consideration as well.
Right.
And everyone's invited to attend because we may not be the best committee, but we have the best meetings.
So that was my understanding from the county attorney. So thank you all for being the best committee, all of you. You all were. You were the best committee. I'm not sure, but
Let's not forget this is the best county.
yes, we are. We are indeed the best county. I know that it was a little lengthy this evening, but we all knew that, when we have to make decisions about, county property and whether we're getting rid of it or so on and so forth, things that will benefit the public versus the county, it does take a little bit of time. So I appreciate everybody hanging in there for it. I see Dave McKenna. You have your hand up, Dave?
Yes, I do. Just wanted to thank the members of the Downtown Facilities Committee for hanging in there. And I'd like to say that the committee accomplished 100% of its goals this year.
You're a regular old wise guy, aren't you? Well, thank you, Dave. You missed a vote at your committee meeting, but thank you. Thank you for that. We do have an executive session. If your evening is not over as yet.
Minutes.
Oh, shoot. Yep, we have to do the minutes. Minutes of the previous meeting. We have November 9th and November 16th. Moved by Shauna Black. May I have a second, please? Amanda Champion. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, let's vote on them. 2 sets.
Erica Robertson? Yes. Leslie Show?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Ann Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
Yes.
Glenn
Glenn is a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Please distract you. Go ahead.
Leslin McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
Trading candy is all.
Wow. Point of order.
He's got enough for everybody.
Into executive session, discussing personnel issues related to people. Moved by Leslie Schill. May I have a second, please? Dan Clark. So
Now we need to vote.
vote on going into executive session.
Martha Robertson?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Deborah Doss?
Not in the room.
Henry Grandison?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Dave McKenna?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Leslin McBean Claiborne?
Yes.
13 ayes, 0 no.
All right. Let's take a stretch while we shut down.
Yeah, take a few minutes.
Take a few minutes, take a stretch.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. You know what? I was over there.
Tomorrow?
Take